Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we committed to our charge. Amen. Nominee 001, I'm sure you are tempting heavens when you whisper that you think there is no quorum. Who is doing this? Who is doing this? Oh, you know. Okay, let's start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
The communication is not ready. I'm still working on it.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader majority or majority whip?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House, Thursday, April 29, 2021, afternoon sitting. Expenditure estimates for the financial year 2021-2022 and the medium term from the Judiciary and the Judicial Service Commission, JSC, and related documents as follows. 1, program-based budget. 2, program performance report for financial year 2017/18 to 2019-2020. And 3, medium-term expenditure framework budget report for financial year 2021-2022 to 2023-2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. Resumption of debate.
Yeah, member for Kilifi North, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we are discussing an important bill here, and the experience in the morning that the 15 minutes that were being used were quite a lot of time. And many members are looking for an opportunity to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that we reduce the amount of time to 10 minutes. To 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes, so that everybody gets the opportunity to contribute to this important bill. We wouldn't want, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't want to be seen that only a few people contribute. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my fellow members, we reduce the time to 10 minutes so that everybody has an opportunity to contribute to this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Duale, what is?
Mr. Speaker, I think members need to follow procedures. This matter should have been raised at the time when the leader of majority was moving, because this matter was settled through a motion. You cannot just it's not a marketplace, Mr. Speaker, where you can just wake up and say, I want to change the rules of the game. The Speaker, the motion said ordinary members will have 15 minutes. It was not changed. Let us continue, Mr. Speaker, and let's protect the procedure of the House.
No, honour members, all you need to do is look at your standing order number 97. Standing order number 97. So, indeed, what the Honourable Duale has said is actually correct. That is the procedure. You know, because as you can see, we are going to engage now in another 1 hour of debating whether we should reduce. Yes. And in any event, honourable members, my own observation is, except the Honourable Otiende Amolo, who took all his 15 minutes, the leader majority had a balance of about six minutes to the time that he was allocated. The leader minority who seconded also had a balance of about 3.53 minutes. Many of you who have spoken, not that so many of you have spoken, you are doing about 12 minutes, and others of you are doing 9 minutes. So, because I know, it is something. I remember the member for Karatina. What's the name? Not Karatina. What's the name of that? Madeira. He spoke for 6 minutes. So, and I'm sure, you don't have to spend your entire 15 minutes if you have nothing to say. Also in our standing orders, it's actually out of order to be tediously repetitive. To repeat saying, this one was called a goat, the other one was called a sheep, the other one was called a he-goat, the other one was called a she-goat, she-sheep, things like those, So you can always try to organize yourself so that if you just want to say, well, I support fully what was said by so and so, and to that I want to add the following, you know? So that you don't have to say, this one was called Nairobi. It was called Nairobi is a place of cold water. And the Maasais lived in Nairobi. When they were chased out of Nairobi, they left the name Nairobi. I mean, all those, you know. The Honorable Sankok is going to can easily tell you that. So what I'm trying to say, honorable members, the point being made by the Honorable Owen Baya is not a moot one, but I think it is up to us to also utilize time, you know, in a way that is, you know, adding value to the process. As it is now, the 13th member who was on the floor is Honorable Wamalwa, Chris Wamalwa, who has a balance of 12 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I can confirm that there are now 77 requests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the bill at hand is very historic. It's an extraordinary bill, Mr. Speaker, and this can be demonstrated from the attendance in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before 2 o'clock, we already had a quorum in this House. This is to tell you, Mr. Speaker, how serious this bill is, and if it's possible, Mr. Speaker, we can extend it even up to next week so that members can have time, Mr. Speaker, to deliberate on this matter. I know there are constituents wherever they are watching, and they want to hear, so that when time comes to check the Hansard, people of community will want to know what the MP said. People of Kisumu, my brother here of Homa Bay Town. Mr. Speaker, as I move forward, one of the critical things that I want to say, I want to quote the famous words from the great Pan-Africanist, Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was the first president of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, and this is what he said, that first seek ye the political kingdom, then the economic kingdom will follow. Part of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is going to focus heavily and solve the issues which are political. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, if political issues are sorted out, the economic issues will be following. Mr. Speaker, the same Kwame Nkrumah said this, that the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than superimposed forces that keep us apart. We must unite. Mr. Speaker, as a House, this bill, when you look at it, Mr. Speaker, the great proposals that are here is that cabinet secretaries will come from the floor of this House. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing the presidential system. And when you look at some of the democracies that have grown, for instance, Mr. Speaker, look at Singapore. Singapore has been on a parliamentary system. And when you look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, it is proposing a hybrid governance system, Mr. Speaker, whereby we are going to have cabinet secretaries from the floor of this House. And I have no doubt, the brains you have here today, Mr. Speaker, some of them, if God willing, they come back, they are going to be cabinet secretaries. Mr. Speaker, the bill also talks about the provision for the assistant cabinet ministers, Mr. Speaker. And I have no doubt that those who will not be able to get cabinet secretaries, maybe they'll be the deputy secretaries. And it will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the problem of inclusivity. It will resolve that issue of inclusivity. When it comes to issues of representation, Mr. Speaker, on this House, some of us have been raising questions. The cabinet secretaries has been a big problem for them to attend, to come and to this House and answer questions of members of parliament who are the representatives of the people. And as Article 1 of the Constitution says, that the sovereignty belongs to the people. It can be exercised directly by the people or through their democratically elected leaders who are seated here today. We've been so frustrated. Many times we've raised issues of insecurity and where I come from. Up to now, 6 months down the line, it's never been answered. These cabinet secretaries, when time comes, they don't show up. But this is the time now when we have them on the floor of the House, we'll be working as colleagues. Some of the issues that take like 1 month to solve, it will now be shortened, Mr. Speaker, to even a week or 1 day. So this is going to be a big plus, Mr. Speaker, to the to the members of parliament who are here today. Mr. Speaker, one of the proposals is about the increase of shareable revenue from 15% to 35%. This is a big plus. Others have argued, Mr. Speaker, that the money that has been going to the counties is almost there. But it was not anchored in the law. But right now that is now anchored, that 35% will be going to the counties. This is one thing you can be assured that we are going to have development, Mr. Speaker, at the counties. It's been argued, Mr. Speaker, that resources follow functions. And when you look at Schedule 4 of the Constitution, so many functions have gone to the county. But there was a complaint that resources have not followed. So this bill is coming to resolve the problem by increasing the resources, Mr. Speaker, that are going to follow those functions at the county level. So we don't expect these issues of maybe lack of resources. The governors have to operate, Mr. Speaker. This is the time we don't expect any excuse from them, Mr. Speaker. And it goes without saying, even the CECs, the ward represents the MCS, Mr. Speaker, this bill is good for them. We are going to have the county executives coming from the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker. And maybe it's the highest time we need to know how to harmonize the issues of what was passed in the Elections Act as far as the academic qualifications are concerned. I had sent by the great MCS from my region, Mr. Speaker, and it's on your desk. Maybe this House will decide, because the Constitution is very clear that this House will decide the academic qualification of the MCS and even the members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And as time go by, we only have 14 months. We already have 14 months of general election, Mr. Speaker. I know there are those who are at the universities, unfortunately, because of corona pandemic, maybe they have not finished, but we wish them well, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward. But it is important that this hybrid system is the best way to go. Mr. Speaker, everywhere you go, the only development that can be realized in every small village in this country, it is CDF. CDF is the only fund, you find it everywhere, Mr. Speaker. You don't have to be in government. You don't have to be in line with the governor. CDF is assured. But what is this happening, Mr. Speaker, the CDF? This is the first time that CDF is being anchored in the law. We've gone through courts of law. We've suffered so much, Mr. Speaker. Some of the judges, they don't know the importance of this CDF. Some families, Mr. Speaker, who have been orphans, poor families, have gone to school because of CDF. If you come to community constituency, Mr. Speaker, I've put story buildings. I've improved the education infrastructure because of CDF. CDF has done wonders, Mr. Speaker. But now that it has been anchored in the law, the busybodies in the streets who have been running all over that they want to stop CDF, their days are numbered. With us passing this, Mr. Speaker, we are assured of the CDF, your people will continue getting CDF, Mr. Speaker, where you don't need any favor from anybody. Mr. Speaker, there is further devolution. The smallest unit of devolution, Mr. Speaker, is the ward. The Ward Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, has actually been proposed in this proposal. The MCS, wherever you are, there will be Ward Development Fund that will be determined by the people of that particular village. If you want a small dispensary or something to do with that road, Mr. Speaker, there is Ward Development Fund. What else do you want, honorable members? If these funds are going up to the ward level, assurance of the development, what else do we expect, Mr. Speaker? The document, of course, cannot be 100%, but it's more than 50%, Mr. Speaker. I'm urging the honorable members who are here today that if you want to be assured of the development, this document, Mr. Speaker, has all the solution. It might not be the best, but it has the solution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, I want to discuss briefly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the Senate. We've had a lot of sibling rivalry with the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The sibling rivalry is no more. And from this document, it demonstrates clearly the National Assembly is going to be the upper house, Mr. Speaker, because the executive is going to sit here. That is on my own interpretation. You can interpret it differently. But we are going to have cabinet secretaries sitting here. We are going to have the prime minister sitting here, Mr. Speaker. So it goes without saying. That's why we are going to have a hybrid system of government, Mr. Speaker. And with the executive sitting here, Mr. Speaker, there's no way you can vet our own cabinet secretaries. And we do support that because they're going to sit in this house. Anything that needs parliamentary public appointment, parliamentary approval, it has gone to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I know some of the people who are here, you might want to go to the Senate. If you go to the Senate, God willing, you will have all the vetting powers. One of the contentious issues, Mr. Speaker, is the ombudsman. This ombudsman will be vetted by the Senate. Those of you who will go to the Senate, God willing, please be firm so that the independence of judiciary cannot be tampered with, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to go to the old days. However, in this document, Mr. Speaker, if you go to clause 43, particularly, Mr. Speaker, this is where some of us we have issues. The independence of judiciary should not be compromised. And here it says that the judiciary receive complaints against judges, investigate, discipline the judges by warning, reprimanding, or suspending a judge. Mr. Speaker, in our current constitution, there's a right to be heard. A complaint is there, a tribunal will be set, and the respective judge has to appear before that respective tribunal for him to be heard. We strongly feel it was unfair here, Mr. Speaker, because we are not seeing an opportunity to be heard. You can have some people who are very malicious, Mr. Speaker, to come up with an excuse or a complaint which is not justifiable. So maybe as time goes by, Mr. Speaker, because I was looking at the enabling legislations which will come after 1 year, maybe at that particular time, when you'll be amending, maybe when you operationalize this, we need to be very clear on how to guard the independence of the judiciary so that when the ombudsman comes there, Mr. Speaker, should not be somebody, conflicts of interest or coming there to bring, to interfere with the independence of judiciary. Mr. Speaker, another critical issue is about the issue of boundaries. The issue of the constituency, Mr. Speaker. I come from Trans Nzoia, Mr. Speaker. Many members of parliament who are here today. We have some constituencies, Mr. Speaker, with 8 wards. We have other constituencies, Mr. Speaker, with 3 wards. When it comes to CDF, you get the same amount of money, Mr. Speaker. That is not equity. That is not equity at all. Equity means you must get your rightful share. And Honorable Eselias was trying to come up with a law. It is very, very unfair. A constituency with a high population, and you're getting the same amount. And when you look at the Article 89 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it says that boundaries should be reviewed not less than 8 years, but not more than 12 years. Since the 2010 Constitution, actually it's the right time. The BBI did well to propose, but they should not have proposed, Mr. Speaker, where those constituencies will be domiciled. This is the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And my humble request as we move forward, this is the work of IBC. IBC is the one responsible when it comes to matters of delimitation of boundaries. And I'm happy that this was picked out because I represent Fort Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and I presented this to the Secretariat. And when you look at this document, you can see Fort Kenya has heavily been quoted and cited because as a party, we belong strongly that IBC is the one responsible for the delimitation of boundaries. It is good. Many people have talked about Nyeri, Mr. Speaker, that they have not had extra constituencies. When you go to Nyeri, there are so many protected constituencies like Odaya, like Mukurueini, Mr. Speaker, but other areas, we don't have those protected constituencies. So this one is a give and take. It is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that we must be able to balance. When it comes to Trans Nzoia, we are supposed to have new 3 constituencies. But I thank God we've gotten the 2, so we received the 2, but we will demand for more when that time comes, Mr. Speaker. I'm humbly requesting for honorable members here today, let's look at the objectivity of this document. This is not a house.
Well, that's a true and serious politician. But of course, I just want to challenge ourselves that, it's just this week, I think, towards the end of last week, that we saw the results of the recent census in the United States of America, bringing their population to approximately 331 million. And in keeping with their own constitution, they have to do boundaries delimitation. Fortunately, in their country, the House of Representatives is fixed to have only 435 members. And therefore, boundaries delimitation includes the principle of redistricting, which means that some states who have their number of electoral districts reduced, and others like Texas are going to have an additional 2 electoral districts. Because it's just done scientifically. I wish it was possible for this country, in this country, to have, you just deal with what makes sense. As you just say in the Honorable Wamala, 8 wards to 1 constituency, 3 wards to 1 constituency. But even as you say that, I would also want to challenge ourselves to look at the provisions in the 6th schedule to the current constitution, and more particularly section 27, with regard to the instructions given to the defunct IIBRC after the passage of the 2010 constitution, and compare it with what we are discussing. Food for thought for those of you that are excited by that particular subject, because it's important. Honorable Chieng.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Someone says again. Mr. Speaker, I want to really express my gratitude to the 2 statesmen who came up with this idea that they will try the promise of our Constitution by improving it when necessary. Mr. Speaker, the promoters of this bill went out of their way, Mr. Speaker, under very difficult circumstances. No one imagined that Raila Amolo Odinga, Prime Minister, and Uhuru Kenyatta, President, would shake hands and would agree on a single path forward. And so I think it's something that's commendable, and we congratulate them for this singular achievement. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to this bill in 3 major topics. One, I'll look at the process. Mr. Speaker, then I will talk about the provisions in the bill, and then I will give my commendation on what I think should be done going forward. Mr. Speaker, the bill and the handshake had very good intentions. I was out of this parliament when the 2 gentlemen shook hands, fighting my way back in. So when I came back in, I found a house that was so divided, a house that had been chunked into BBI and anti-BBI, a house where members singly, in their own opinion, decided that this is a BBI proponent, this is a BBI opponent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, for 2 years now, this House, Mr. Speaker, has been divided that way. And I'm so happy that this whole division is coming to an end by this bill now finally coming. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed the blackmail, the intimidation, Mr. Speaker, that members of this House have gone through when this was going on, Mr. Speaker. Some of them lost their leadership positions in the committees. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, you go to a minister and they ask you whether you're supporting BBI or not. Speaker, the process through which you've gone through to reach here today has been, in my opinion, quite treacherous. And that's why I'm very happy that finally this House has a chance to speak to what is in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I don't imagine that Kenya should go through a similar process in future, where a process for, changing the constitution should divide this country to a level where, in parliament here, a member will look at you based on what he perceives. Mr. Speaker, there's a book done by George Orwell called 1984. In that book, Mr. Speaker, the state can look at you like this, and he already knows what you are thinking. The state can look at you and get to know this one is this way. And that's why when this whole process was going on, it was so difficult, Mr. Speaker, to be a member of parliament. They will look at Ochieng, he doesn't support Raila, therefore he supports Ruto, and therefore he opposes BBI. This is what we've gone through as members of parliament. And I'm happy this is coming to an end. Because members cannot be asked to check their minds every time they want to talk on issues, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, in future, in my opinion, these kind of processes, especially for members of parliament, should be such that they know it will all end up here, the way it has ended up here today, and that we'll have our chance to do this. Mr. Speaker, we've had members of parliament being arrested. This happened during a very difficult situation of a pandemic. But this parliament is seen to be insensitive because we're giving too much energy to BBI than to other pressing matters, Mr. Speaker. And that's why the sooner you deal with this matter, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the better. Mr. Speaker, on to the substance of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country, in my adult time, since 02, has gone through so many reforms, legal reforms, constitutional reforms. We are looking for that totem pole. We are looking for that silver bullet that will help this country move forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there's any country that has so many laws, that is so legislated, it is Kenya. Mr. Speaker, and so this PBI has been brought forward as one of those silver bullets, a panacea. I don't think so, but at least I know that it has some provisions, Mr. Speaker, that if followed well through, could help this country chart a new path to prosperity. And that's why I support what appears now in Clause 3 about the economy and shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it's not hyperbole to say that in this country, the reason people fight for the presidency so hard is that people think that when you're president, then your region will benefit. When you're prime minister, region will benefit. What happens now is that Clause 3 talks about shared prosperity. It means, from what is provided there, that the resources of this country would then, going forward, be shared equitably. It will be shared with a view to ensure that if somebody is hungry in Turkana, the other person in Ugenya feels hungry too. If someone is hungry in Mombasa, the person in Nyeri feels hungry too. That's what it's meant by shared prosperity and maybe shared failure. So that we share our pain together, share our happiness together, and share our growth together, Mr. Speaker. And for me, this, Mr. Speaker, is so important that we are talking about ensuring that development in this country. Mr. Speaker, we failed this country as a parliament in the last 10 years with this new constitution. We've given out our authority to budget to the executive. And that's why you see, as members of parliament, we don't have to lobby ministers, yet you have the power to make the budget here. Mr. Speaker, if you talk to members here, they'll tell you the way the Minister of Finance said this, the Minister of Agriculture said this, yet you have the power here. It's the power that we have to ensure that budget allocations, resources that we have as a country is shared across the board equitably to ensure that we grow together and share the growth of the country. Mr. Speaker, I hope, and I'm going to propose an amendment after this bill goes through, to ensure that we have systems of ensuring that budget allocations, resource allocations are given out equitably to every region, and we will be requiring that any minister, the Minister of Finance, before he brings the budget to this country, to this assembly, he must tell us how does that budget meet the requirements of Clause 3 of the Constitution? How does it promote our economy? How does it promote the idea of shared prosperity? How does it ensure that the whole country benefits and we grow together, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the bill talks about the responsibility of the citizen. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to say, just use that word, uzalendo, patriotism, love for country to grow and be a place that you are proud of, Mr. Speaker. And for the first time, you're going to be having, over and above the duties of the state, the citizens having the responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we move forward together as a country. I would use this example. I hear most of the time, people say that the community from where I come, the Luos, they say we have fought so hard for this country. We fought so hard for the change in this country, Mr. Speaker. Yet at the end of the day, you find that we're marginalized. When people are called out to go to the streets to fight for reforms, if someone dies in Eldoret, if there are 10, 6 are Luos. If 10 people die in Mombasa, if there are 10, 6 are Luos. Mr. Speaker, we are now saying that this should be something that every citizen, and that's why yesterday I had members talking about ensuring that we all have a duty to protect the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's important that citizens know their role, their duties, their rights and responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that in future it's just not 2, 3 people on whose backs. Mr. Speaker, it's quite important because these two gentlemen said in the handshake document that they realized that for this country to grow, they have to cede some ground. They have to cede some of the things they would have loved to do. And so we've put the growth of this country on the backs of very few people. Party leaders, some tribal kingpins, and all this. We want this now to be a shared responsibility for citizens, and that the growth of this country then is something that all of us are proud of and are participating in the problem. So, Speaker, Clause 6 talks about the issue of fighting corruption. Cases being handled in a timely manner. So, this is a matter that is close to my heart, because this country bleeds. People die in this country. People can't get medical services in this country, Speaker, because of corruption. Nothing else. Children can't access school. People can't get medical services. People are going hungry because of sharks, corruption, and all this, Mr. Speaker. And the first time we are saying that these cases must be finished within a fixed period of time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that we may need, after this goes through, as an assembly, to ensure that we put more stricter measures, Mr. Speaker. I've always joked, Mr. Speaker, I respect the law, yes, but if I were to become president, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, if I become president tomorrow, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, a couple of men will have to die in this country. Because we can't have people stealing. They are disturbing the country. They have bought the courts. They have bought everywhere. Mr. Speaker, if I was a president and tomorrow someone stole the money, I'll send you to the airport and I'll kill you along the way. I won't allow you to leave. Because we have a country where we know who is stealing from us, we know who they are, and they come to TV to tell us how they are not thieves. Mr. Speaker, they will not live in my regime. I can assure you. If there's a High Court judge or a Supreme Court judge who is taking money from litigants, I will kill him. If it is a member of this assembly, committee chairperson who takes money from ministries that is oversighting, I will kill him. So that we have a proper country that is clean enough. We cannot be claiming we want to be clean and we are doing deals with ministries here and there. That's because we need to talk corruption and deal with it. We cannot talk about corruption and hope it's going to go away. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, this particular provision, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, is so important. And I hope that the judiciary that we are now strengthening and giving so much money will take cue. We cannot have a judiciary that cases spend 10, 15 years in court. Someone has stolen money. You can clearly see this hotel was bought using corruption money. And the guy is still starting around town saying the way he wants to run for governor or president. This has to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I support this provision in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, part of why the two gentlemen came together was to ensure that we have something to deal with electoral theft being done away with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this country as we speak today, there's something that is creeping into our politics, what I would call electoral authoritarianism, Mr. Speaker, where, yes, we do elections, but we know the results already. We are going to elections, yet we know that so-and-so will win, so-and-so will lose. Mr. Speaker, we cannot build a democracy by spreading fear, by spreading rumors that the deep state wants so-and-so, the system wants so-and-so. Mr. Speaker, we must build confidence in our institutions, must build confidence in our electoral process, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the provisions in this particular bill as it relates to making sure that our elections are transparent, more inclusive, and involves everybody else, Mr. Speaker, and allows Kenyans to elect their leaders, Mr. Speaker, are very important, and we must support them, especially, Mr. Speaker, where they ensure that women are involved in elections without being asked to be nominated as long as they run, Mr. Speaker. Centering IBC to ensure that it has teeth to organize more transparent elections, Mr. Speaker, is so important, Mr. Speaker. But what is important, most important, Mr. Speaker, is the mindset of the public, the software of the public, being able to understand that if you pick a bribe from a politician to elect him, you get that kind of politician. If you listen to policy of politicians and elect politicians based on their manifesto, that's why, Mr. Speaker, we spend money in building political parties. We spend money in setting political parties so that the parties we form are able to be platforms where parties and leaders can project their voices, project their platforms. Kenyans understand why this party is, why this candidate wants to run for president, not how much money is given to... sometimes I listen to Kenyans and I wonder what kind of leaders they want to get. If someone comes to you with a good policy framework, tells you what I'm going to do and I become this, and if he doesn't have money, then you tell him, no, this one is not going anywhere. So this is also an area where it's not for MPs only or governors, it's about our citizens being able to know what is good for them, not waiting for handouts and saying, this one has given 1,000, we'll elect him. This one has given only 200 shillings, you can't elect him, Mr. Speaker. If we are going to have a good country that we all belong to and we hope can become like what we are talking about, Singapore, then we must elect good leaders. We cannot hope to grow by electing people that are thieves, but didn't go to school well, have no ideas of how to think of solutions to... Mr. Speaker, we talk about engineering our country, rebirth of the country, but how do you rebirth the country if you leave a civil service that has been there for the last 40 years? It's a bureaucracy that is so rotten, it's one that any politician that comes in knows, they know how to capture you. You can't grow. We cannot be able to solve our problems, Mr. Speaker, of 21st century, having a public service that is of 19th century. So in our electoral system, as we reform it, we must also reform our public service to ensure that it is in tandem with the future of what the country wants. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about representation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one song that has been going on in this country, Mr. Speaker, for a while now, that our country is overrepresented. that we have so many representatives, Mr. Speaker, that we have so many MPs, so many senators, so many MCs, EMCAs, we have so many counties, and therefore so many governors, Mr. Speaker. This has been the song. Mr. Speaker, what I see in this bill, and, you know, Mr. Speaker, in law I come from, you say that when the mongoose catches the chicken, you chase the mongoose, but you also blame the chicken. Mr. Speaker, there are very good things in this bill. But then there are areas where we must blame the chicken too. That, Mr. Speaker, there is no rationale. I don't see it for myself. Why you would make this assembly move from 290 to 360, Mr. Speaker, and number two, with provision in this same constitution that gives it endless numbers, because if you don't get the gender balance, you're going to have to add more numbers until you fit that level. This house is now unlimited in number. You could be 600 people in this house next time. Mr. Speaker, this particular provision, Mr. Speaker, that clause 10 and 13, that talks about adding 360 constituents, Mr. Speaker, I think is ill-conceived and must be reconsidered. And even if it has to remain, Mr. Speaker, the IBC is, I mean, two individuals cannot decide how many constituencies are going to be created. They have no tools. They have no systems to do that. IBC has a system of ensuring that the numbers of people, the geographical requirements are met, but not two individuals who promoted this bill. Mr. Speaker, I would say more, but I want to say that with the Youth Commission, Mr. Speaker, the young people must now learn. The young people, as proposed in this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, they must ensure that the Youth Commission serves them. It does not be a place for employing people, but one that ensures that their issues are covered not just at the national level, but at the ministries and at the county level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and hope that provisions on financial cases are able to be handled to ensure that we as a country move forward. I thank you and support the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Member from where? Member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this very, very important bill. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the happiest moments for me. Since I came in this House, Mr. Speaker, I've been complaining about representation. I've been complaining that I have a constituency that is too large with 8 wards, 237,000 people getting the same resources with the constituencies that are of 3 wards. I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that we are heading towards correcting that particular situation. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I arise to support this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, the journey towards this particular bill is well known to most of us, but a number of us have decided not to acknowledge where the country was when this particular bill or this particular thinking came about. In the year 2017, Honorable Speaker, when the current President Uhuru Kenyatta was elected and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga was sworn in as the people's president, that was a tempting moment for the president, Mr. Speaker. And he had 2 options: to either let it go and think of how to come up with a solution to the same, or send troops, KDF, police, and everything else to Uhuru Park to scuttle the meeting. And you can imagine what would have happened that day. The president, in his own wisdom, chose not to go the violent way. And he started a journey from there. And the journey was about making use of Article 131, subsection 2C, to bring peace and harmony in this country. In his own wisdom, he started a journey of stretching a handshake to Right Honorable Raila Odinga to ensure that this country settles and gets the peace that was much needed that time. That was the solution provided by the president of this country. People who oppose the same, and they are here with us, have never ever attempted to tell us what would have been the best solution. They only criticize the same. They say it should not have happened, but they have never told us what would have been the solution to bring peace in this country. I personally, being a man of peace, Honorable Speaker, thought that that was the best and most welcome decision by our president then. Mr. Speaker, the journey continued and we had eminent men and women, including the late Senator Yusuf Haji, God rest his soul in peace, who spearheaded the process of coming up with this document, Mr. Speaker. And some of us who are interested followed it up step by step. Some of us in this house decided to ignore it from the word go. And they ignored it until the bill came up. And this is a great moment today, Mr. Honorable Speaker, because I'm seeing some faces that are probably very rare in this house. I've heard voices of people today whom I've never heard since I was elected. This is an indicator, Honorable Speaker, of how important this particular amendment bill is, and we should all embrace it. Honorable Speaker, I would want to go straight to what I see as the article that people are misusing and wanting to confuse our people out there. And this is Article 89 that touches on the constituencies. Honorable Speaker, the promoters of this bill, in their own wisdom, proposed to add 70 constituencies in this country. That was their proposal. The same promoters, in their own wisdom, decided to come up with a scientific, not political and not hypothetical formula that anyone can apply to his own county and see whether he was marginalized, left out, or ignored. Honorable Speaker, the promoters of this bill looked at the population census of 2019, and Kenya was said to have 47.6 million people. If you then take the constituencies that were added, that gives you 360 constituencies as proposed, and if you take 47.6 million divided by 360, you will find a figure of about 135. That becomes the model constituency population that the promoters came up with. You would then take that figure and look at the population in your own county. Divide with that figure and see how many constituencies you are supposed to have. Honorable Speaker, I have taken time to look at a few counties using the same formula, and I have confirmed that whatever is being proposed in this bill conforms with the scientific formula. My own county, Honorable Speaker, has a population of 610,411. If you divide by 135, you will find that we are supposed to have 4.521 constituencies. Those that went through the maths would round up that one to 5 constituencies. Currently, we have 4. So we ended up in another, it's then proposed that we have an extra constituency. I look at Muranga. The population is 1,057,000. Divide again by 135. It's 7.83. That gives you 8 constituencies. They have 7. One more is proposed. Kiambu, where people are complaining that probably they are getting more constituencies because the president comes from there. Another misconception and confusion that is being created by people who don't want to face facts. Kiambu has a population of 2,418,000. Divide that by 135, you get 17.91. Round up to 18 constituencies. They have 12. They are to be, it's being proposed that they get extra 6. Scientific, not political, not hypothetical. In the morning, we were told that Nyeri will not support this particular bill because they do not have an extra constituency. Again, leaders who are expected to lead and to give the election, choosing to mislead their people, choosing to incite their people so that they can throw away a very important document, Honorable Speaker. The population of Nyeri, Honorable Speaker, is 759,164. If you divide that by 135, you will get 5.62. Round up that one, and you get 6 constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Nyeri currently has 6 constituencies. This bill then says that they cannot get any other because they, according to their population, they are supposed to have 6 constituencies, and that is what they have. Nyandarua constituency, Honorable Speaker, is another place where some readers in here are also confusing their people deliberately. In Nyandarua, we have a population of 638,289. Nyandarua divide by 135,000, and you get a figure of 4.7. That figure, round up, comes to 5 constituencies. They already have 5 constituencies. They cannot get another constituency. Leaders in this house wanting to mislead. And we are saying, just get your county subjected to that figure. If you are left out in these 70 constituencies, come up. I'm hearing people telling me, talk about yours. I'm a nationalist. I'm talking about Kenya. I'm not talking about Mwea. I'm not talking about Kirinyaga. I'm not talking about Murang'a. I'm talking about Kenya and how this formula was subjected to arrive at the constituencies that we have arrived at. And we are saying, for those people who are in here shouting, talk about what, we are going to come even in your own constituencies. We shall tell people the truth. We shall be there to tell people that this is not about scientific, it's not about politics, it's scientific, not about hypothetical. We know in 2010, Honorable Speaker, we had constituencies added in this country. But when constituencies were added in this country, we ended up in some constituencies with 3 wards, others with 8 wards, and this is what we are trying to collect, so that progressively, one day, we can say, yes, we have model constituencies where we are all equal, we are all sharing resources in the right way. Honorable Speaker, we do this acknowledging that we also have the geography, the area, to also consider. And this is why some of us are great proponents of the equalization fund, so that where we have population used for constituencies, we can then use the equalization fund to ensure that those constituencies that are disadvantaged by area are also catered for in other areas. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at a Kenya, a future Kenya, where our businessmen and women, our farmers, will be taken care of. A day when our businessmen, when they sell things to the government, they will not have to wait until they are put into pending bills. They will be paid within 60 days. And that will be a great moment for this country. I'm looking at a country where the youth in this country are well taken care of. They are considered. I've heard people here talk about the suffering in the country, and I acknowledge and I know that we are doing this bill at a time when we have an economic downfall, we have Corona with us, but we must prepare this country for tomorrow, Honorable Speaker. People are talking about not having a shilling in the pocket, but the readers here for the last 3 years have been talking about the same. They have even forgotten that there is an improvement in coffee. They have forgotten that we are continuing to have reforms in other sectors of farming, in other sectors of business, so that Kenya tomorrow can be different. Leaders here wanting to leave us if they are not seeing these things. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at a case where the youth in Mwea will no longer having to wait to get information from people in Nairobi on contracts in nationally, on contracts in the county. They will now be having the incubators where they can walk in, youth centers where they can walk in, get information, be able to fill in, and be able to participate in contracting like any other Kenyan in this country. That in itself is empowering the youth. Our people will have the much required shilling in the pocket that some people keep on talking here every time. And when they talk about it and walk out, Mr. Speaker. Some of them do not even wait to hear what others will say. They just talk about sharing in the pocket, they walk out, they go looking for the sharing themselves, and they are not here to listen to some of us what we are contributing. Honorable Speaker, it's a great moment for me, and I support this bill fully and wholly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, very well. No, but anyhow, let me not be part of the debate. Some of those things I will deal with them in my ruling. Honorable Professor Oduor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the committee and thanking the leadership and also all the colleagues who have contributed. Honorable Speaker, as indeed has been indicated, this is a critical moment, and it is a moment where, Honorable Speaker, I am particularly honored to be a member of this parliament, the 12th parliament, having been nominated by my party, the Orange Democratic Movement Party, Honorable Speaker, and at that being nominated under the auspices of ensuring that we get the voice of those who are perceived to be marginalized. Honorable Speaker, as I start, I would like, Honorable Speaker, to remind us, because I know I am speaking, Honorable Speaker, to my colleagues in Parliament, but Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that I know that as I talk, Kenyans are listening. Honorable Speaker, only yesterday, we got a chance to honor a very respected member of this Parliament who was the leader of the Committee on Administration and Security. And Honorable Speaker, as I make my presentation here today, I would like to draw the attention of all of us members of Parliament who yesterday indeed acknowledged and honored a great leader, a great politician, a parliamentarian who put Kenya first and who had the sense to not only respect those with different opinions, but to see how it is to work. I start, Honorable Speaker, by reminding all of us that when we are here, because we are mortal beings, we are here for a while, Honorable Speaker, and we do not get opportunity, such as we have, to be members of Parliament, to be at a critical constitutional moment, to make a difference for no reason. Honorable Speaker, I'd like, as I make my presentations, to indicate that I do so, knowing that we are here as mortal beings for just a certain period of time, and Honorable Speaker, that after a while we are going to leave and we will Honorable Speaker, be remembered for two things. We will be remembered for the problems that we caused, or we will be remembered for the problems that we have solved. It is on this reason, Honorable Speaker, that from the onset, I support the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020. I do it, Honorable Speaker, because the promoters of the bill seek to address issues arising from the implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Honorable Speaker, I had a moment to be observer number 36 as we at Bomas sought to hear the voice of Wanjiko and to see how to bring a difference. I thank God, Honorable Speaker, that I was an observer, but now I am, Honorable Speaker, in Parliament, and indeed, as all members have said, sitting here not only on my own accord, but speaking and indeed exercising authority on behalf of members and on behalf of the public. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, do so because the promoters clearly want to resolve issues of divisive elections. Honorable Speaker, we can talk about leadership, which is influence. Honorable Speaker, we can talk about politics, which is really how we engage in activities to determine how we choose to govern our country, how we choose to govern our wards, how we choose to govern our organizations. Honorable Speaker, one of the key issues that has indeed created great problems is that of divisive elections. Honorable Speaker, on November 17th, I was also caught up as Honorable Speaker as a result of divisive elections, politics, and indeed manners in which, as a country, we were bringing voters, youth, women, and others into a very difficult moment. We had a difficult time, and it took us hours, Honorable Speaker, with the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga to move from the airport into town to Uhuru Park. And so, Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, I am aware, Honorable Speaker, that as a leader, there are times when you look at the needs and you listen to what it is that those who seek transformation want to get done, you would have to determine what you do. Should it be that you do not find within your reach what you will see as excellent or as meeting all the needs? Honorable Speaker, I know that as we look at this BBI amendment bill, Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020, we will see that we are also addressing, in addition to the key issue of divisive elections, the question of how, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we have shared prosperity, Honorable Speaker, that we address issues of corruption, Honorable Speaker, that indeed, as we talk about devolution, then we do not only have a situation where this is done in words, but indeed where functions follow funds. And we see that we have, Honorable Speaker, therefore, the whole important issue of ward funds. Honorable Speaker, one of the key issues that I'd like to speak to, because I can see, Honorable Speaker, as I thank the committee, that on page 66, there is a very clear indication of how it is, Honorable Speaker, that this constitutional amendment bill is seeking, Honorable Speaker, as we had said, that they would want to cure issues arising from the implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We can see, Honorable Speaker, that this Parliament emanating in particular from the manner in which in the National Assembly we have not been able to meet the required two-thirds gender rule that is in the Constitution. It is this, Honorable Speaker, that is the area I'd like to contribute to, because as I indicated at the beginning, I am nominated in this National Assembly as a person from ODM, but Honorable Speaker, I am nominated representing women. And I can see, Honorable Speaker, that today I am going to get a chance to also be 001 as I talk particularly about the issue of the women, because the Honorable Sankok has tended to be 001 and has not reminded people that he is dealing with persons with disability. So, Honorable Speaker, as I look at this issue, what I wanted to draw the attention, particularly of the public, and indeed to see as a key issue of concern, is that we are talking about good values. We are talking about good governance. We all would like to have representation. We would all like to have the shared prosperity. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the manner in which this proposed amendment bill is looking at an issue that has continued to give us challenges, that of ensuring that we allow those with leadership qualities to indeed ascend even to political leadership and not to be excluded merely on account of their gender. Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, that is publicly and globally acclaimed now as truly being a leader that is responding to the needs of all her citizens, is indeed a woman. And so as I talk, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say that I support what the constitutional amendment bill is proposing to do, because, Honorable Speaker, it is based on a long journey of having tried many different avenues. Honorable Speaker, I know that we are aware that we are at an important, pregnant constitutional moment. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that we need to look at the legal angle and that we need to use law as a system of rules which will be the basis of governing or regulating or ordering what we do in our country to achieve the desired results. It is clear, Honorable Speaker, that we do not want to exclude anyone from fulfilling their interests or their rights merely on any ground, indeed, Honorable Speaker, of discrimination. And our Constitution indeed prohibits discrimination on any grounds, be it gender, youth, age, or ability. When I look at this constitutional amendment bill, Honorable Speaker, I am encouraged that having looked at the manner in which there has not only been a constitutional stipulation, but also a manner in which there has been indeed demonstrated ability of those who then presented themselves to the electorate, who are elected and who have indeed come to perform their roles. It is in this constitutional amendment bill presented that we would want to go beyond what it is that we had before, and this amendment bill is seeking to give us practical tools so that we are not, in a way, Honorable Speaker, burdening women with guilt and shame when the only way they can be seen to be in leadership is that they are only those who come there by form of affirmative action. I do not, Honorable Speaker, in any way say that affirmative action is wrong. I am grateful because I am a product of affirmative action. But, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that we see the spirit of this constitutional amendment bill that seeks to ensure that we do not get young girls and women imagining that the only way that they are going to be getting into positions of leadership is by nomination. Honorable Speaker, as I say this, I seek to clarify the misinterpretation and perception out there. This constitutional amendment bill, Honorable Speaker, is clearly indicating that we would like, as a country that has realized that there are challenges where in the elections there are language that is particularly discouraging or intimidating, or which would discourage an otherwise very, very capable and stout politician from arising and being elected. Honorable Speaker, I do not need to emphasize that we have very many cases where, as we talk about divisive politics, where, as we talk about electoral violence, this seems, Honorable Speaker, to wear a feminine face. And there are very many, Honorable Speaker, women who do not then rise to take up positions because they are discouraged by the kind of politics and sometimes what it is that is the position that others present before them. When we look at this Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020, Honorable Speaker, we see that as we look at this, contrary to what it is that has been focused on, that we are going to get a bloated number, that we are going to actually just have women being brought as top-up. Honorable Speaker, I see this when I look at the amendment bill very clearly isolating political parties as a very important route, Honorable Speaker. And I know that in the morning, one of our colleagues, the Honorable Omose, I think, had indicated that we would not want to force political parties to get women to be in a position where they are not. Honorable Speaker, if we look at statistics, we can pick any political party. We are going to find that the people who you will, if you are looking at gender, be represented much more are likely to be the women. The only challenge, Honorable Speaker, is that as a result of discrimination and many other issues, they tend not to want to rise to run for office. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, I do it because I can see that as we enable political parties to clearly ensure that they observe the two-thirds gender rule, we will also, Honorable Speaker, be addressing issues related to corruption. Honorable Speaker, the cost we are talking about is going to be handled, and indeed, the most important, representation will be wholesome. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, support this bill. Thank you.
Member for Daragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for permission to remove this mask for just a few minutes. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying a big thank you to the President and the former Vice President, former Prime Minister, for this action that they took almost 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, when we started talking of a new constitution, and we were fairly young, some of us, what happened is that fear was sowed to us, because whenever the issue of devolution was sowed, we were told that Majibo is being introduced in the country, and those who want Majibo want the country cut in pieces. And it went on, and the issue of mistrust was also sowed, and we are here because of that aspect, that approach. How, if only we had seen the benefits that we are getting today from devolution, and we had agreed to take on devolution some more than 10 years, 20 years ago, where would this country be? Mr. Speaker, I say that because today we also have some of our colleagues who have taken on that old route of setting fear to Kenyans as to what is being contained in this BBI. And I want to encourage them to have the courage as good leaders who've been elected to represent their people, and sit with others, negotiate what you think is right for your area. And in negotiating, it doesn't mean that you are a weaker person. It actually demonstrates that you have matured in leadership. And that's what has been demonstrated to us by the President and the former Prime Minister. When we were doing the 2010 Constitution, I was part of a delegation that went to Murang'a. And that time, Mr. Speaker, we went to visit the late Honorable John Michuki. And what the late was against in that Constitution was Article 1(2). He kept asking, are you sure that you want to give sovereignty to the people, which they can exercise through elected people, elected leaders, or directly? Eventually, he was persuaded by the President, and he accepted to support the Constitution. And what we are now worried about, it is what he was saying, be careful about then, but it has come to help us, because we now have a bill before us, and the bill before us is a bill that has been produced by Kenyans who chose to exercise the sovereignty power that is given to them by the Constitution directly and not through and the elected representative. It is a provision we put in the Constitution knowingly, and I must say that it was really pushed hard by those who were in the civil society then, and the product of that is what we have before us today. Mr. Speaker, I will want to just say a few things so that there are many of us who may have been, who have made contributions that can find their way in our courts of law if we don't attempt to give an alternative view to some of those arguments. And one of them is that, yes, this is a popular initiative. The bill is one of popular initiative. It is brought to us via Article 257. Parliament is empowered or is given the role of enacting legislation to give effect to that Article 257, but that power does not allow Parliament to take over. It cannot give Parliament power that are not enshrined in that. We cannot give ourselves the power that is not enshrined in that Constitution. The other aspect that is also there is the issue of the role of Parliament in the bill that we have today. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is true and it has happened. Typo errors, I believe they can be dealt with for as long as we are not changing the form of the bill or the content in any way. And we can be able to deal with typo errors. But again, as you pointed it out to us in the morning, we have even the current Constitution with typo errors. We are dealing with it. It doesn't go to killing the Constitution, and especially those errors that don't go to that. They can actually be left if we think we are going to argue for no good reason. We have the issue of there is the argument that some of the amendments are unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that there is nothing unconstitutional in what we are doing. You can always make a proposal to amend the Constitution. That proposal can never be unconstitutional for as long as it has been made by those people who have the sovereign power, and that is the Wajikos of this country. So whatever it is that is before us cannot be unconstitutional, because the sovereign power is with the Wajiko, not with the judiciary, not with the Parliament, nor is it with the executive. Mr. Speaker, and I think it is important to point out that these are issues that were argued, and one can always speak up on some of the cases that have been there. This issue came up with Joya and 6 others some while back, and you can actually see those rulings having been made that early, that Wajiko has the sovereign power. Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important to point out that if we can pay attention to the way this bill has been titled. It is titled as a bill for an act to amend the Constitution by popular initiative, not as an act of Parliament, because this is not an act of Parliament. This is an act, a bill for an act to amend the Constitution in line with the popular initiative. I think it is also important to point that out. And it brings out the wishes of the people directly and not the wishes of those of us who are seated here today. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, also to say that you never bring amendments to an amending act. I think this is something, and I think it is also important to know that we will be trying to implement, we will be implementing what will be is contained in this bill, and once it is done, we don't revoke it, but then it becomes a spent document, always available for us to refer, but all that will be contained in it will then be superimposed on the existing Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the referendum, and again, we have the question, there are those who have argued that we needed multiple choices or something, but again, we had this 2010 Constitution, and again, we used one single Constitution, one question, which was a yes or no on 200 and I think 56 articles. This is about 70 again, so we don't have to belabor that issue for too long. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the question of 70 constituencies, and I must agree entirely with the presentation that was made by Mheshimiwa Kafinga. He made it easy for Kenyans to understand, and it is not, they were not created arbitrarily. There is a reason, there is a formula that was used, and the promoters again picked this because this is an issue that has been nagging for many of us. The issue was that the mandate of IEBC, that's the aspect that I would want to deal with on that aspect. The mandate of IEBC, it is not to create constituencies, it's to deal with boundaries. The mandate of to create constituencies is with the Wajiko, and Wajiko has added 70 for the reasons that he has given. IEBC now has the work of ensuring that the boundaries are cut out. That is the mandate of IEBC. And again, as Mheshimiwa Kapinga has done, he has demonstrated to us how those 70 constituencies were arrived at. And again, Mr. Speaker, you cannot say that IEBC, you cannot remove the power from Wajiko to do that. When we had the protected constituencies, and Daragwa is one of them, again, it was Wajiko who said, yes, we have now 290 constituencies. I think 27 of them were going to be extinct. Only that Wajiko decided that these 27 constituencies remained protected for X number of years, which was expiring around this year or next year. But again, given the formula that has been put across, we thank God and we are happy, and I can tell you that the people of Daragwa and the people of Nyandarua and elsewhere, we will be supporting this because we were going to be part of the people who are going to cease having a constituency, but with this amendment, we now have constituencies that are not now protected by any clause in the Constitution, but as a right, as other Kenyans continue enjoying the same. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go back to that issue because I was talking about it, that Kenyans can exercise their power directly, and the issue of wanting to, the Kenyans can exercise the power they have donated to us directly, and that is what they have done today. And I think it is important for us to seize the opportunity when it comes our way next time, so that we are able to propose some of these changes ahead of time. The basis for creating, again, let me leave that out. IEBC, Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that IEBC has no powers to create new constituencies. And this is something that is contained in the report that we have read, but it has powers to determine where but they cannot create new constituencies as some people will have to do. It is only Kenyans who can add new constituencies. They can align boundaries, but not create new constituencies. But it's also important for members to know that it is very difficult for IEBC to align boundaries outside a county. So this has come to help us deal with an issue that was going to be a major problem to us as a country, when a population within a county did not meet the expected threshold. Now this helps us deal with that aspect, which was going to be problematic. I say this because we had sat with IEBC, and they raised that as an issue that required the intervention of this House. But again, Wajiko has decided to do that directly. The issue of the Judiciary Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, again, this is not, I think there is a confusion. This office will not impede judicial independence. The Ombudsman reports to the JSC. He does not, his findings will go to the Judicial Service Commission, and not, he will not be seen to be implementing them directly. But it is important that Kenyans have now a way of interacting with the judiciary through that office that has been given power. And it is also important to know that this office was created by the first Chief Justice, what was the name of the first? Mutunga, Willy Mutunga. He created this office. All that we are doing now is to clothe it with some constitutional protection. The former Chief Justice downgraded it, and perhaps we may be seeing some of the repercussions for his having degraded that office. Yes, Mr. Maraga, Chief Justice Maraga. downgraded this. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the I'll leave that one of issue of the judges. I will not. Let me just skip that one. But it is important that we note that the vetting of ministers has again been removed from the members of the House or from Parliament for the reason that, one, they are here in this House, but if we think that we should bring them back again, you can always bring that vetting back to the House. But as it is, they have been removed from vetting by members, by ourselves, because they will also be sitting here. They will have been elected like we will have been elected, and I think it is only fair that that is also arraigned. There is another inclusion that people have thought about. This is the issue of professional fees being charged. That is harmonizing the same. Again, it is the sovereignty of the people to determine any clause in the Constitution that is supreme, and it is not unprofessional when those fees have been harmonized. The issue of having to get those at the national and the county charging the same. Mr. Speaker, let me jump to the issues that have been canvassed by some of our colleagues here. And I want to say that, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me say that
member for Kwale County.
Haya, asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii na mimi kuchangia katika huu mswada muhimu sana katika historia ya nchi yetu. Ilikuwako nimepanga hapo awali kuchangia mswada huu kwa lugha ya Kiingereza kwa sababu nilikuwako mmoja ya wanachama katika kamati na tuliangazia masuala mengi ambayo yana utata ambayo yameweza kutajwa ndani ya bunge. Lakini kwa sababu kuna waheshimiwa wenzangu walokuja hapo awali kuzungumza mambo ambayo mengine kuko sio ya ukweli, nikaona ni muhimu kuzungumza, kutoa mchango wangu kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili kuhakikisha kuwa wapwani watakapoamua kura ya maoni kiwafikia, wakiamua kupigia kura mswada huu, watapigia kura mswada huu wakijua ukweli wa mambo yalivyo halisi. Asante. Kwa hivyo mwanzo nataka kusema kutoka mwanzo kuwa naunga mswada huu mkono, kisha naunga sana, na mimi pia nataka kutoa shukran kwa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye ni kinara wa chama changu na alikuwa waziri mkuu wa nchi hii, na pia kumshukuru Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mwanzo kwa handshake kama kwa kupeana mkono, na pia kuja na hii sheria ya BBI kwa sababu kwa kweli imeleta mambo mazuri sana ambayo yatatusaidia kupunguza kutengwa kwa sehemu nyingine za nchi hii. Ningependa pia kujulisha bunge hili kama mvosema awali kuwa mimi nilikuwako mwanachama katika kamati ya sheria ya JLAC ilo jadili ripoti hii na kuja kwa ripoti hii, na ningependa kushukuru kila mmoja aliyechangia ripoti hii kuwa nzuri ilivyo, kwa sababu kamati hii ilipoongozwa na wenyekiti wetu wawili wa bunge la kitaifa na seneti liliangalia masuala tofauti tofauti kwa upana na kwa urefu. Mimi ni mmoja pia katika hii kamati ya wale ambao walitia sahihi ile ripoti ndogo ambayo ilikuwa inaangazia masala ya kuwa na maeneo bunge 70 mapya. Nimesema toka hapo awali katika kamati yangu katika mazungumzo, na pia tulikubaliana katika kamati kuwa mswada wote ama kipengele chochote katika mswada ambacho kinapinga katiba kikishapitishwa katika kura ya maoni, kipengele hicho kinakuwa kipengele halali cha katiba. Kwa hivyo sikukubaliana kamwe na wenzangu katika kamati waliosema kuwa ile sehemu ya pili ama schedule 2 kuwa ile si ya kikatiba. Sikukubaliana nao kwa sababu sote katika kamati tulikubaliana kuwa kipengele chochote, iwapo maoni yako unaona kuwa ni kinyume na katiba, lakini wananchi wa Kenya wakishapitisha katika kura ya maoni, sehemu hiyo inakuwa katiba. Na mimi hata hivyo sikubaliani pia hata hivi sasa kuwa sehemu hiyo ya katiba yenye kuorodhesha zile eneo bunge 70 kuwa ni kinyume cha katiba. Na sababu ni kuwa kwa sehemu 257 ya katiba yetu inatoa ruhusa Mkenya yoyote kuleta kipengele chochote au mswada wowote wa kubadilisha katiba. Hata hivyo Mkenya pia anaweza, kwa mfano kama ilivyoashiriwa jana na kiongozi wa walio wachache bungeni, mwananchi wa Kenya anaweza pia akaleta kipengele, kwa mfano akasema kuwa hataki kuwe na bunge humu nchini, pia anaweza akasema kuwa hataki kuwa na mahakama humu nchini, ama anataka mfumo tofauti sana, pengine tofauti sana na vile ambavyo tuko nao, na katiba inamruhusu kuleta kipengele hicho. Je, kipengele tu cha kuongeza eneo bunge? Na zaidi ya hapo, kando na haki, kwa sababu kuna baadhi ambao walikuwa wanataka waje bunge waseme kuwa tubadilishe hii sehemu ya mswada huo, na kamati yetu tumezungumza na naona Bwana Spika umekubaliana kuwa hatuwezi kubadilisha sehemu yoyote ya hii katiba, kwa sababu kuna njia mbili peke yake za kubadilisha katiba katika katiba yetu tulionayo sasa. Njia moja ni ya kibunge kupitia hapa bunge, kupitia wabunge wenyewe, na njia nyingine ni ya watu wa Kenya wengi ambayo inaweza kupitishwa na Mkenya yoyote yule. Kwa hivyo pia katika huu mswada kuna watu tunasahau zaidi ya 3 waliotia sahihi kuunga mswada huu, na wengi wao nina hakika waliunga mswada huu kwa sababu ya orodha ya eneo bunge hizi zaidi 70. Kwa hivyo itakuwa tunakiuka haki zao za kikatiba kuwaambia kuwa mswada huu hauwezi kuwa hapo ndani ya katiba. Najua watu wengine pengine wanaangalia mswada huu umeletwa na aliyekuwa waziri wetu Raila Amolo Odinga na mheshimiwa rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, lakini katiba kama nilivyosema hapo awali ina njia mbili peke yake ya kubadilisha katiba hiyo, na wao wana haki kabisa kama Mkenya mwingine, kwa sababu bado ni Wakenya, wanakura, wanapiga kura, wana haki kubadilisha katiba iwapo wanaona. Ndio maana na mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo nadhani jana alipokuwa anakuuliza maoni yako Bwana Spika, aliuliza je, katika haki za hizi nchi kuna Mkenya mwingine ambaye ana haki zaidi na mwenzake, na nina hakika kuwa utakuja utatuambia kuwa kila mtu ana haki sawa, hata kama ni mwananchi wa Kenya ama ni rais wa hii nchi. Katika kuongeza pia maoni mengine, sehemu au kipengele cha 50 cha mswada huu unasema kuwa kaunti zetu ziweze kuongezewa fedha kutoka 15% hivi sasa ambayo iko kwenye katiba mpaka 35%. Kwa kweli hili ni jambo zuri sana. Hii 15% tu toka mwaka 2013 tulipoanza ugatuzi, wananchi sehemu nyingi ya nchi wameona faida na tofauti ya uongozi wa ugatuzi na uongozi tukiwa na serikali ya juu peke yake. Na kama mabadiliko yamekuja licha ya changamoto tofauti na 15%, je, 35% itaweza kuleta mabadiliko gani katika hii nchi? Kuna wengine ambao wana propaganda wanataka kupinga mswada huu kwa sababu ya sababu zao moja au nyingine. Wanatatiza wananchi kuambia kama sasa serikali inashindwa kutuma 15% kwa kaunti, je, itaweza kutuma 35%? Lakini hii hisabu ni ya rahisi kabisa. Ni hisabu hata inaweza kufundishwa katika shule ya chekechea. Ni kama vile mfano wa kibenki ama kibakuli chako kina senti. Nchi au kikapu cha nchi cha pesa. Zile pesa zitakazopata katika nchi hii kwa mwaka huu, 15% hivi sasa inaenda kwa serikali za kaunti. Kwa hivyo serikali ikipata bilioni 1, ikipata trilioni, ikipata hata shilingi 100, lazima 15% iende kwa serikali za kaunti. Kwa hivyo kusema 35% ni ule mkebe kila siku au ule mfuko wa kila mwaka ndio utagawanywa 35% lazima ziende mashinani. Na hata hivi sasa kukiwa na serikali za kaunti zinalalamika kwa kuwa pesa zao zinacheleweshwa, lakini bado mwisho wa siku zinafika kwa sababu ya kipengele hichi kwenye katiba. Na badili ya kuacha senti zikae Nairobi, siku nyingi tumekuwa tukilalamika kuwa pesa zinaenda sehemu nyingine ya nchi ama zinashughulikia watu wengine. Sasa pesa hizi zinaongezwa mashinani ili wananchi waweze kufaidika na serikali yao iliyo karibu. Mimi hushangaa kila masaa wananchi wa kawaida katika mitandao, katika sehemu zingine za mazungumzo, sio wengi nashukuru, lakini bado nashangaa hao wananchi wakiwa wanapinga katiba hii. Kwa sababu katiba hii kama nilivyosema italeta manufaa mashinani. Pia kitu chengine ambacho italeta ni maeneo bunge ambayo yataweza kuongezwa yameweza kuongezwa. Tuna maeneo bunge 70 mapya yameongezwa. Kwa sisi wa Pwani mwanzo bila BBI, na hili ni jambo muhimu sana kwa Wapwani kujua. Bila BBI kuna eneo bunge 10 ambazo zitakuwa hazipo tena mwaka baada ya mwaka 2022 tukienda kura, kwa sababu ya katiba hii ya sasa inavyosema. Wananchi katika eneo hizo bunge hawatoshelezi, kwa hivyo ni lazima IBC iweze kufuta maeneo bunge hayo 10. Na maeneo bunge hayo 10 sehemu ya Pwani yako Lamu, yako Tana River, yataondolewa Taita Taveta, na hata Kwale County nakotoka Matuga alikoko itashikwa. Kwa hivyo BBI imesaidia maeneo bunge hayo 10 Pwani yasifutike. Lengine ni kuwa BBI imeongezea Pwani, na sio kwa upendeleo, ni haki yetu ya miaka mingi kulingana na idadi ya watu waliomo humo ndani, ndio tumeongezewa eneo bunge hizo 10. 4 zitaenda kaunti ya Kilifi, 3 zitaenda kaunti ya Mombasa, na 3 zingine zitaenda kaunti ya Kwale ninayotoka. Kwa hivyo nawasihi wa Pwani kwa hilo waunge mkono BBI iwapo kura ya maoni itakuja mashinani. Na pia wabunge wenzangu, kwa mfano pia mheshimiwa mbunge wa eneo bunge la Malindi aliyokuja hapa kupinga mswada huu, kumwambia kubali tafadhali, badilisha maoni yako, rudi nyuma na uunge mkono huu mswada wa BBI, kwa sababu kaunti yako ya Kilifi itapata eneo bunge 4 mpya ambazo zitapatia wananchi uwakilishi mwingi zaidi, itapatia wananchi CDF ambayo itasaidia nyingi zaidi basari, itasaidia ujenzi wa barabara, na itasaidia pia CDF itasaidia masuala ya kujenga shule na kuhakikisha pia shule zetu zina vifaa vya sayansi ambapo hivi sasa shule zetu hazina. Lengine pia muhimu sana la kuangazia ni masuala ya jinsia. Kwa mara ya kwanza huenda Kenya tukawa viongozi ulimwengu nzima kwa kusawazisha masuala ya jinsia. BBI inaleta kwa mara ya mwisho baada ya kujaribu mara nyingi sana hapa bungeni, inaleta usawa wa ile sheria yetu ya 2/3 ya jinsia hapa bungeni letu, bunge la kitaifa. Hapo awali katiba yetu ya 2010 ilikuwa imetengeneza sheria kusaidia seneti na swala hilo, ikawa sheria hiyo iko kwenye katiba. na pia ilisaidia serikali za kaunti kuweza kutimiza hiyo sheria ya thuluthi tatu. Lakini wale walotunga katiba ya 2010 walisahau kutuwekea kipengele cha hapa bunge ambao kitasawazisha jinsia tatu. Kwa hivyo BBI inaleta hicho kipengele na hiyo shida itaisha na BBI. Na lengine kwa masuala ya jinsia, tutakuwa nusu kwa nusu, au Waingereza wanasema 50-50 katika seneti. Pale senate itakuwa wananchi wakichagua seneta wawili, mmoja wa kike na mmoja wa kiume. Hili ni jambo kubwa sana ambalo duniani ni vigumu sana, hata nchi zinazoongoza wameshindwa kufika idadi kama hii. Lengine ni katika ugavana, katika gavana mwenyewe na naibu wa gavana, italazimu kama gavana ni mwanamume achukue mdogo wake mwanamke, au kama gavana ni mwanamke achukue mdogo wake mwanamume, na hiyo pia italeta nusu kwa nusu uwakilishi wa kijinsia. Hayo ni mambo muhimu sana ya maendeleo. Wengi huuliza saa nyingine kwa nini ni muhimu kuwa na usawa wa jinsia. Nikiwa Kwale County napenda kueleza wananchi hivi. Ni mfano wa shughuli ya nyumbani kama harusi au mazishi. Je, katika familia unaweza kufanya harusi, shughuli ndogo tu, ikafaulu na wanawake peke yake, au unaweza kufanya harusi au mazishi na wanaume peke yake? Na jibu mara nyingi ni kuwa haiwezekani, ama ikifanyika shughuli haitafana. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio umuhimu wake. Na lengine ambao nataka kusema, wengine wamekuja hapa wakasema kuwa na wabunge zaidi itakuwa mzigo kwa taifa. Huo si ukweli. Mzigo mkubwa Kenya yetu ni ufisadi ambao unakula thuluthi mbili ya pesa zetu za bajeti za mwaka mzima. Bunge inatumia bajeti 1% peke yake, 1% peke yake au zaidi kidogo katika Kenya nzima kila mwaka, na hata zikiongezeka haitaongezeka sana. Na mwisho, kuna watu wanasumbua watu kuambia kuna kopi tofauti za BBI. Hamna. Kosa lilikuwa kwa moja ya nambari 1 peke yake ambayo hata haiko kwenye katiba. Na kwa hayo pia nasema shukran, naunga mkono, na nawaomba wabunge wenzangu waunge mkono, na Wakenya kwa jumla ikija kwenye kura za maoni waunge mkono mswada huu. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also participate in this moment that I consider a very important moment in contributing to this bill that is before us. And let me begin by saying that indeed I feel privileged that this is the second time that I happen to be a member of parliament when we are actually amending the Constitution. And I want to say I was actively involved prior to the 2010 Constitution in the clamor for a new Constitution. And many lives were lost. Many lives were lost. And Mr. Speaker, I'll never forget the number of times we went to the streets of this city and in many other towns in this country trying to push for a new Constitution. And one of the biggest things that really drove us to do that was to make sure we had a Constitution that treated all Kenyans equally. A Constitution that gives freedoms and rights to the people of Kenya. A Constitution that ensured that this Kenya belonged to everybody. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I consider any effort to review the 2010 Constitution as a very important process, a sacred process, a process that should not be seen to be taking away any gain that we fought for in the 2010 Constitution. If it does so, even in the smallest way, it becomes a real threat to the future of this nation. Mr. Speaker, the Independence Constitution was amended well over 29 times. And in each single amendment, Mr. Speaker, it took away from the people and gave more power to the executive. It became such a distorted document until the final document could not even be compared to the first document. And I would hate, personally, as a member of this House, to be one of those that played a role in changing a constitution and taking away whatever gains the citizens of Kenya had gotten out of the 2010 constitution. And therefore, I'm listening to some very good things being said about this bill. And there are some very good things in this bill. But I want to tell this House that there are some very, very dangerous amendments in this bill that we are moving to amend the 2010 constitution that will become a real issue many, many years down the line. And we had hoped that we had created a constitution that will pass the test of time. We had hoped that we will not have people wanting to do what those others had done to the independence constitution by wanting to give themselves power at the expense of Mwananchi or at the expense of Kenyans. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm asking myself is just how important are these amendments? First of all, at a time when Kenyans are expecting that we should be more sensitive to the real issues affecting them, one of them being the corona pandemic and the impact it has had on the citizenry. Today, many Kenyans have lost their jobs. Today, many Kenyans do not even know where to earn a living. Today, many Kenyans cannot access the vaccine. But all of us in this House have been vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. So for me, I worry about that. But let me move on, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the real issue today. Mr. Speaker, can the leader of majority just let me contribute without interrupting me?
There's a point of order. Leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, I did not intend to interrupt any member because these are constitutional moments. But the Honorable nominated member, Sisi Bare, has just made a very serious allegation that there are some dangerous provisions that are contained within this bill. Does not go ahead to tell us which are these dangerous provisions in this bill and proceeds to tell us about corona, which is not included in this bill. Is she in order to mislead this House and Kenyans that there are some dangerous provisions within this BBI bill without mentioning those provisions, and then goes ahead to totally irrelevant matters dealing with pandemics and all that are not the subject matter of this bill?
You know, Mr. Speaker, with all respect to the leader of majority, if you had accepted to sit right where you are and give me time, I was going to those dangerous clauses. So please, just don't disrupt me. Allow me to speak. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. When we were amending the 2010 Constitution, because the Constitution is about all of us, all Kenyans, the then government allowed people to give their views. The then government allowed even ministers. I remember the Minister for Agriculture then, Honorable William Ruto, the Minister for Special Programs then, Naomi Shaban, were in the no camp, but nobody intimidated them. So don't think you'll come here and intimidate me.
Please, honourable members, so that...
Mr. Speaker,
just allow me to listen also,
allow me to proceed,
please.
Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to proceed. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we fought for when we were fighting for the 2010 Constitution was the independence of the institutions of government, was the independence of the three arms of government. And if there was a big gain that we gained as the people of Kenya, was to ensure that the three arms of government, executive, parliament, judiciary, were truly, truly independent. Some of you who probably never had a chance to face the wrath of the dictator regime that was there then may not appreciate those gains. But those that followed what was going on then will appreciate that one of the major gains we achieved was really the independence of the three arms of government. The minute we allow the executive to have control of parliament, the minute we allow the executive to have control of the judiciary, that is the beginning of the end of our democracy, Mr. Speaker. And so allow me to mention some of those things that I find not good for this nation going forward. One of them, Mr. Speaker, and by the way, that is why one Honorable Raila Odinga, who I respect very much, fought very hard for that new constitution. And if there's a man I know went out of his way, sacrificed for the 2010 constitution, it was the Honorable Raila Odinga. It is sad that again we are taking away those gains and he happens to be supporting. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to begin with the issue, Mr. Speaker, of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that if judiciary is not fully dependent, any of us seated here can be a victim. If the judiciary was not independent, TJ Kajwang would be behind bars right now of treason. TJ Kajwang would be behind bars today of treason, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening, one of the things that this bill has done is to take away, is it page 14? I'm trying to get to the judiciary. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it says this, Article 47, that the Judicial Service Commission, on top of all the functions that are already stipulated in the current constitution, it goes further to say that the Judicial Service Commission will receive complaints against judges, investigate, discipline judges by warning, reprimanding, or suspending of a judge. Currently, Mr. Speaker, in the current constitution, the thing that the judicial service does is they will investigate, they will come up with their findings, they will take it to the president, who will then form a tribunal. Now, what is happening by bringing this particular amendment, it means that judges going forward are fully exposed. Their security of tenure is under threat, Mr. Speaker. The security of tenure of the judges going forward is under threat, Mr. Speaker. Where will we get justice if a judge knows that they have a chance that they could lose their job?
That's a point of argument.
Yes, please, that's my opinion. You'll have your chance. Mr. Junet, you even already spoke.
Somebody else will come and say,
please.
Somebody else will have an opportunity. Sorry, I'll give you back your 2 minutes.
Yes.
But somebody else is at liberty to say, when they are exposed to the president, they are not as independent as when they are being dealt with. So this is one point. This is one side of the argument. So you can argue the opposite side. So
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have your time.
That for me worries me because judges going forward will no longer have the independence that they enjoy right now. Then we go further and say we're establishing an office of the judicial ombudsman, who again is appointed by the president. Good people, where is the independence of the judiciary? Please tell me, where is the independence of the judiciary? Mr. Speaker, I want to move forward, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service Commission had very clear functions in the 2010 Constitution. But I think somewhere along the way, somebody got uncomfortable with the fact that the Police Service Commission was doing its job, and a few people were uncomfortable that they are not able to control the running of that commission. So as a result, what have we done? Taken away key functions of the National Police Service Commission and given them to an individual called the IG. This is a person who can receive a phone call anytime and is given instructions and he can do anything. So what have we said? We have said, Mr. Speaker, I'm losing my eyesight, Mr. Speaker, I'm growing older. We have said this, Mr. Speaker, that we In clause 2, we delete paragraph B and substitute therefore the following new paragraph. That the B shall exercise independent command over the service, that is the IG, determine promotions and transfers within the service, that is the IG, exercise disciplinary control through suspension of officers in the service, that is the IG, perform any other functions prescribed by legislation. Good people, we are moving away from an institution called a commission and taking these powers to an individual called the IG. Are we taking away gains, or are we helping the National Police Service Commission? What happens to those officers who in the Moi days would go for years? You are a corporal for 40 years, you'll never be promoted because you don't belong to the right community. What happens to that officer? We are better off with a commission than an individual, good people. We must never create a law with an individual in mind. We create a law for posterity. That is what we were fighting for in 2010. Let me move forward, Mr. Speaker. We have a very important commission called the SRC. SRC is a commission that is constituted, and stakeholders who will be affected by the decisions of that commission are represented in that commission. Mr. Speaker, SRC has a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Police Service Commission, the Judicial Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission, the Defense Council, COTU, etc. Now, what this bill has done, they have decided that the SRC will be formed by commissioners who will come from wherever, professionals with the skill appointed by the executive. Now, who will protect the workers? Who will protect? Of course, you don't know workers because you don't care. That is what has happened to this house. I'm sorry. We become very selfish, very self-driven. It's all about us. We don't care about wananchi. Otherwise, today, we'll be talking about the vaccine for these people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. While I know this is going to go on, this bill is going to go on anyway, because by the writers of the Constitution, our role seems to be very minimal. But let me say this. I pray that this thing doesn't go through. Yes. And why I say so is because this thing takes away gains that we fought for with our lives, with our sweat, with our blood. I pray this thing doesn't go through because I know one day we will have another president who will be worse than the previous dictators we've had in the past. And you people will come here to make noise about what will be going wrong at that time. And you are the ones responsible. So I want to go down.
Member Voseme. Member Voseme.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying that the importance of the bill we have today is not so much in the contents as in the history and the background of this bill. Mr. Speaker, we must go back. How did this bill come to be? Mr. Speaker, we had terrible issues of violence after every election. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, what I saw when I was Director of Medical Services, how people were dying, many of us did not see. What I saw in Naivasha, what I saw in Londiani, what I saw in burnt forest, Mr. Speaker, I was able to actually see people burning others' houses from over the helicopter. Mr. Speaker, again in 2017, 2018, which we've come through, people have indicated here the violence that we had. Mr. Speaker, on one day only in this country, 30 young people died between the airport and the Uhuru Park. Mr. Speaker, because all of us believed at that time that the only way you will have access to services and access to welfare is if your person is at the helm of governance. Mr. Speaker, on that day, in that week, Mr. Speaker, in Uhuru Park, if the president had not been magnanimous, when we went in for the swearing in, this country would have seen bloodshed. But the two leaders, Mr. Speaker, decided that there must be a way forward. So they had a handshake. That stopped the violence. The country had literally stopped. Nairobi was ungovernable. But it's not only stopping that was important. Mr. Speaker, what was also important is why is this happening year in, year out, and why are Kenyans going for each other's necks? Mr. Speaker, that brought, after the handshake, brought the Building Bridges Initiative. In my view, Mr. Speaker, this initiative is to try and identify what are the problems that has beset the country since 1963 and has stopped this country from progressing in the way our forefathers imagined. And that initiative looked at those issues. The issue of our ethos. Why is it that in this country, corruption has become something acceptable? Maybe people our age may see corruption as something wrong, but our children are seeing it as normal, a way of life. Can we live like that? Mr. Speaker, why is it that people always talk of our rights, but nobody talks of our responsibility? Can we have a country where everybody extracting their rights, but nobody is exacting their responsibility? Mr. Speaker, these are the problems. Mr. Speaker, why do you have ethnic division and ethnic antagonism? On every issue, even here on the floor of the House, many times, even our politics is driven by that, because we do not believe we are one nation. We are a state by law, but are we a nation at heart? Mr. Speaker, why the other issue is inclusivity. Why do some people believe that they're not part of the system? That if your man is not at the top, you are not part of the country, you are not part, you will not get the services, you will not get the appointment. Why is it that economically, the youth, gender issues, they believe that some people are not part of it? Mr. Speaker, these are the problems. Mr. Speaker, why is that people who are corrupt, obviously and sometimes openly corrupt, actually are the people that run the system, claim to run the system, decide to run the system, fight to run the system, and they do. Mr. Speaker, they also noticed this, the 9 agenda, the issue of devolution. So to me, Mr. Speaker, the BBI initiative was trying to seek how we can go back on the path that we lost from 1963 and take this country back to where we wanted it. Mr. Speaker, there are some of us here who may not believe that in the 70s, the public hostels were better than the private hostels. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in 76, 77, as a medical student, we were transferring patients from Aga Khan to Kenyatta Hospital because they were better hostels. As an intern, I was transferring children from Aga Khan Hospital in Kisumu to the provincial hospital, which is now Jaramogi Hospital, because they were better services. Mr. Speaker, the public schools were better than the private schools. Many of us here, our age, went to public schools. They were the standard. How has it come that now it is public things that actually serve the majority of Kenyans that actually second grade? Now that if public schools do better, people are wondering whether that is real. But in reality, that is how it should be. That is where the majority of our people are served. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what led to the solutions that we are seeking through this amendment. We are seeking to see, can this amendment take us back to where we wanted to be? Mr. Speaker, I accept that some of the amendments actually will take us there. I therefore support this bill. For example, we are going to have the leader of opposition, official opposition in parliament. Obviously, if you have an election and the leader of opposition feels comfortable in parliament, we shall not run in the streets. So that will definitely solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the structuring of the executive, when you look at clause 28, which is amending Article 151, establishment of the office of the Prime Minister, the office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this will go a long way in actually stabilizing the system. Some people have argued that this will be expensive. If the establishment, those offices are more expensive than the losses we incur every time after election. It cannot be. So when you establish those offices and the stability, that's okay. And moreover, when the office of the Prime Minister is established, we will actually appoint the Prime Minister from this House. In fact, it's giving the House more power in the executive than probably we have now, at least the establishment of them. We shall have ministers in the House. We have been trying to get ministers here. Mr. Speaker tried that we get the ministers come and they be at the corner. That could not be allowed. Now this, we shall have them here. So we shall have them in the House. The only thing I may comment about that, removal of the function, the mandate of this House to vet the ministers, that's something we may look at. Mr. Speaker, the amendments you can see actually in this about the responsibilities and lining out what the responsibility of a citizen is are extremely important. People can say these are our rights, but people must know these are the responsibilities that we have. Haki yetu must actually be accompanied by jukumu letu. We can't just have haki. Well, what is our responsibility to the nation? So that clause 4, which amending Article 8, is important. Mr. Speaker, we have had the issue of gender parity, which actually threatened. There was even a decision of the court that this House actually be dissolved. These amendments are actually bringing that by restructuring the Senate so that we have equal members, male and female, in the Senate without really any problem. So that solves a problem we have not been able to solve for 5 years. Honorable Duale actually brought how many amendments? How many Duale bills? 4. And none of them passed. This amendment has solved it at once. In the National Assembly itself, we have adopted what is in Article 177, which was actually in the National Assemblies, so that we appoint people after the election to meet the gender requirement. Some people are saying that will be a big house and that will be expensive. But inclusivity, leaving half your team out, can never be expensive. Let's bring all the people in. So we can do that. And in any case, this is something that with time will actually solve itself. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there are very progressive amendments in this bill. Mr. Speaker, look at devolution. Every year we have a big problem with the division of revenue. Every year we have a division of money in the counties. some things have happened in the counties, but some counties have actually never been able to operate efficiently because of the amount of money that we give them. So we stuck to 15%. We sit here in this assembly looking at only 15% for the counties, while for the national government at the position of budget policy statement, we have all the details of what every department and every state department needs. We don't look at what actually the county needs. We just say at least 15%. That is not a way to do any division. So adding this to 35%, Mr. Speaker, I think takes us a long way. But that is something we will have to look at. I've always looked at. We have to look at the role of IBEC in actually the division of revenue. I think we have a problem there. But at least this amendment solves that temporarily. Mr. Speaker, our county assemblies have been held at ransom by governors. Governors have literally held our county assemblies at ransom. They cannot run, they cannot, anything they want to do, they have to ask for money from the governor. The amendment we have now that is actually creating the county assembly fund so that it's run more the way we run the parliamentary service with the money. So imagine every time we were to go to the executive to ask for money on daily basis to run the National Assembly or to run the Senate. It definitely would not work. So freeing our assemblies so that they can actually oversight the governance is extremely important. Coupled with the fact that we actually, a member was saying that next year we have to look at the qualifications of the members of the county assembly. I think that's a law that was passed and actually it was just postponed. Perhaps it's going to go. When we get people of that level who are well-funded, who are independent, I think we'll be strengthening the counties. And that is what we wanted. So that issue of people coming to the center to beg for money is not there. Mr. Speaker, the CDF has actually helped us to realize that if the money is devolved to the grassroots level, it works better. So creating the ward fund, the county ward fund, and if the appropriate laws are put in place, I think that fund will be as effective as CDF in actually implementing the devolved function. I can tell you, in my own county, there are things we would want to do, but we have to go to the county. You want to even just improve fisheries. You want even to do simple horticulture. Now, if this money was available, women just want to borrow small money for trade. If this money was available, actually, we would go a long way in supporting our people. Mr. Speaker, establishing, putting CDF in the Constitution, I think is a good move forward. We are tired of the fighting every year that, although it is now national government constituency fund, but putting it in the Constitution, I think is a permanent solution. And I can tell you, all of us know, if you go to schools in many constituencies in this country today, there is no difference between the schools in the town and the schools in the rural areas. Why should our children in the rural areas go to poorer schools and they pay taxes like everybody else? So I think putting CDF there, I think, Mr. Speaker, is important. Corruption is another thing, Mr. Speaker. I've always believed that there are two things only if we can remove in this country, we will fly, the country will fly. If we can remove negative ethnicity, call it tribalism, if we can remove corruption, we will go very far. So, Mr. Speaker, the laws that are put for speedy resolution of cases of corruption is important. The establishment of the youth fund is important. And, Mr. Speaker, there are issues of constituency, of ombudsman, of salary review commission. I think those are things we can look at. And let me end by saying, Mr. Speaker, if we proceed with this process properly, we may be able to create a nation out of the state called Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ole Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable member, hold on your time. But please, honourable members, just to give everybody comfort, up to now I have 77 requests. Now, as I was told, there are members who came here at 1:30. So some of you came at 2:15, which is quite early. I'm sure, and that's why some of you are telling me you came at 2, but I was told there are members who are here at 1:30. So now, members, what do? I will just, but take this assurance from me. This being a constitutional amendment bill, I will ensure that as many voices, at least not less than not less than the majority of the members of this House, will have to speak to the bill. It doesn't matter how long it takes us, because this is very, very serious business. It is the future of the country, and I think we need to hear as many voices as possible. So don't bother coming to check, because now I have no way of knowing who came at 1:30. But at least I can remember the faces that I saw when I first sat here. But there were so many, even at that time there were more than 70. So surely it's very, very complex. It's very complex. Yeah, when you see the Honorable Sankok, because he's been sitting there for a long time, I have sympathy with the member for Endebess. I know he was here in the morning. Member for the grandfather of the House has been quite unusually now physically present since yesterday, and he hasn't spoken. And you can see him, trotting around, having difficulties walking, but he has to wait. I think that's the spirit. This is the spirit of doing a constitution. So I want to encourage the Honorable Jimmy Ugenya to continue, sit with the grandchildren, listen to them, then you will give them further advice next week. Honorable Sankok.
Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, especially in this very important day in our calendar, in the calendar of this country, a constitutional moment. Honorable Speaker, and you are right, because at 1:30, we already had enough quorum. Honorable Speaker, and from the onset, I want to say that I do support this particular bill, and I do support, Honorable Speaker, because it's very important so that we move forward together as a country. Honorable Speaker, we do have a few issues with it, but of course no document will ever be perfect. One of them is on the issue of inclusivity, Honorable Speaker. In the issue of inclusivity, Honorable Speaker, we are tending to create around 3 more positions, making it 5 positions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we talk of our problem that bedeviling this country, which is ethnic negativity, Honorable Speaker, then we will only be able to include 5 tribes and exclude 37 other tribes, Honorable Speaker, and that one may be equated to exclusivity, not inclusivity, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, in future, if we have to amend this constitution, Honorable Speaker, we'll think of inclusivity in terms of probably having the president being a man, the deputy president being a woman, the prime minister being a person with disability, the deputy prime minister being a youth, so that we can really bring the real issue of inclusivity, because if we bring inclusivity in terms of tribes, it will end up being exclusivity, Honorable Speaker, because we have more than 42 tribes in this country. We cannot all of them have all of them being in the apex of leadership, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and why I talk of the Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker, position, I may vie in 2032 as a running mate, crawling mate to Moses Kuria, Honorable Speaker. You know I'll not run faster than him. Honorable Speaker, this issue of the winner, take it all, Honorable Speaker.
This is the point of Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to interfere with Honorable Sankok, especially because he's speaking very well about inclusivity. He's just forgotten to include the intersex. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just seek your direction, Mr. Speaker, based on what the guidance that you have given. As a matter of fact, I didn't come in the morning, and I've not even actually put a request today. I was just interested in listening to members, because I'm under the impression that when we are dealing with a constitutional matter, so long as there is still interest, every member will speak. But your pronouncement seems to suggest otherwise. Just so that I know, Mr. Speaker, so that even if I don't get a chance to speak, then at least I go on record that I didn't get time, Mr. Speaker. I come from a human rights background, and it is important to know that if I've not got an opportunity to speak, it's because there was no time. And also, if Suba people ask me why I didn't speak, it's because I didn't have time. So perhaps if you can just give us an indication that I've not spoken, I spoke on the issue of yesterday, it was a point of order. I didn't speak substantively to the issues. So, and I do not also want to interfere with the members. I came very late today.
So what is the point, so that we don't take too much of his time?
Because majority leader keeps interfering with me so that I'm not very clear on what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to know, because ordinarily when we are discussing a constitutional matter, so long as members show interest, so what I would want to know is, will we continue? Maybe I missed that out. Will we continue? And that does therefore mean that we can continue to next week, because we'll not finish today.
You know, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I know, and I know you could be having some problem because you are not, your background is human rights, not arithmetics. Now it is almost 5 p.m. Every member speaking for 15 minutes. I have 75 requests pending, 76. And I've indicated that it is my desire to see as many of you as desire to speak to this bill, speak, get a chance to speak. So I think that should suffice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe, Honorable Millie, there's a problem with the mask. I can see you shaking your head. It will continue. It will continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I think you will add me.
Yeah, I will add you 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, yesterday I was forced to speak in my mother tongue, Kimasai, in this house because, Honorable Speaker, we are now outsiders in the government that we really struggle to form, courtesy of ODM, Honorable Speaker, and the professional ODM hecklers cannot come again and heckle us down in this house, Honorable Speaker. They should give us enough time to speak, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was speaking before I was rudely interrupted on the issue of the winner, take it all, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the winner, take it all, Honorable Speaker. An election is a competitive process, Honorable Speaker. In any competition, there is always a winner and a loser, Honorable Speaker. We cannot have a competition that will not, because that will not be the democracy. And that is why in democracy, the majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. That is the spirit of democracy. In democracy, there must be a winner and there must be a loser. We cannot have an election process that will not have a winner. So I will, a winner and a loser, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at times, the winner have 40%. The losers in combined have 60%, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you see that these are the losers, Honorable Speaker, then you will find that we cannot solve this issue of the winner take everything.
Mr. Speaker, a member was speaking to you when Honorable Sankok was speaking. Mr. Speaker, this is the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. We are not in somewhere else outside there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the statements that Honorable Sankok is making here cannot be parliamentary, Mr. Speaker. They are derogatory, Mr. Speaker. Calling other members here hecklers, people who have come to heckle here, ODM members here, who have come to professional hecklers of ODM who have come. Mr. Speaker, this man, Mr. Speaker, has decided to go rogue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker. I do withdraw. And apologize. You know, there was a time Honorable Junet called himself a cow. I did not call him so. It is not also parliamentary. So, Honorable Speaker, I have talked about that, the winner take it all, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and again, this bill will cure the issue of post-election violence, Honorable Speaker, because Kenyans are very peaceful, Honorable Speaker. They are always very peaceful, Honorable Speaker. Before and after election, we live in peace, we intermarry, we borrow sugar from each other, we farm together, we work together, we do everything together, even our ceremonies we do together, Honorable Speaker, as Kenyans. But it only happened that we have violence just after election, Honorable Speaker, after the announcement of the election results, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and we have to be genuine to ourselves. As much as we know that this bill will really cure this issue, Honorable Speaker, we have to be genuine to ourselves and know that who is the single denominator of violence, Honorable Speaker, in this country, Honorable Speaker. Who was in 1982 coup, Honorable Speaker, whose name appeared, Honorable Speaker? Who was in 1997, Honorable Speaker? Whose name appeared in 2007, Honorable Speaker? Whose name appeared in 2013 and 2017, Honorable Speaker? Because we can cure our post-election violence if we become genuine and true to ourselves, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, which name was missing in 2002 when we had a change of regime, Honorable Speaker, and it was very peaceful, Honorable Speaker, and there was no violence, Honorable Speaker, in 2002. So which is this common and single denominator of that particular violence period in Kenyan history, Honorable Speaker? And I can say without fear of contradiction that the single, you don't have to look far, the single denominator of violence went to Kibaki and shook hands and were peaceful. It means that there is a denominator of violence.
What is it?
Again, after shaking hands with Uhuru, then we have to, we maintain peace. There is a single denominator of violence, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of patriotism.
What is it? What's your point of order? You see, what has happened? Give Honorable Bandi. You just...
Which honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to ensure decorum in this House, and we need to realize and understand that this is August House. Mr. Speaker, the way Honorable Sankok is progressing with this contribution is stirring emotions for nothing, is bringing issues that this country is trying to forget, is trying to insinuate that Raila Odinga is the cause of violence and problems in this country by saying that he went to Kibaki and shook hands, and now he's going to Uhuru and shaking hands. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sankok is a beneficiary of consideration of persons with disability, courtesy of Raila Odinga. And the way he's behaving, Mr. Speaker, is causing shame to the team that is representing this country. Is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder why he believes that any time he attacks Raila Odinga, he raises his profile. That is a cheap way of trying to cut an image in this House. Some of us have where we are because of constructive, meaningful, professional, intelligent contributions, Mr. Speaker. And someone who claims to have gone through the University of Nairobi and studied medicine should do much better than what you are doing, what he's doing, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge Honorable Sankok to get back to the debate of the BBI bill and contribute on behalf of the people he represents. Since he started speaking, I have not heard anything he has talked about regarding persons living with disability. You are not nominated to this house to be a flower girl. You are supposed to represent the constituency for which you are nominated.
Now, the problem is having is that too many people.
Thank you very much.
Me, I'm not able to follow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, just to bring you into speed, I said that Kenya had violence in 1982. I was 4 years old at that time, and there was somebody who was mentioned that time. There was violence in 1997. There was violence in 2007, 2013, 2017, and I said that we cannot wait for the hands to shook for us to be peaceful as a country. We need to instill, Kalonzo Musyoka shook hands with Uhuru. Why are they, Kalonzo Musyoka did shook hands with Kibaki. Yeah, they shook hands. So I don't know why the guilty one are feeling, if you are guilty, then you are guilty as charged, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of representation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of representation, Honorable Speaker, we also need in this country, and I think Mbadi did not hear that I mentioned that the position of the Prime Minister should be left for a person with disability. And I am again saying that we should have an electoral college to elect person with disability, and I had even proposed this one in the task force, Honorable Speaker, that is like that one that is in Uganda, so that person with disability, when they come into this house as leaders, Honorable Speaker, they have representation. They have been elected by a person with disability whom they represent, so that the loyalty of a member of parliament does not only lie on the party, but also lie on those whom he represents, Honorable Speaker, because currently, through nomination, Honorable Speaker, you are just loyal to the party that nominated you, Honorable Speaker. But if we have an electoral college, like what happened in Uganda, Honorable Speaker, then you are elected by those whom you represent, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very good, especially on the issue of patriotism, Honorable Speaker. We should actually be patriotic to our country, and our patriotism should come from within us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would have expected that in this BBI bill, because we are fronting the issue of patriotism, Honorable Speaker, instead of us fronting the issue of BBI using some songs that is called reggae and so on, Honorable Speaker, we will have used songs like Tushangilie, Kenya, Taif, something like that, Honorable Speaker, to instill some level of patriotism in us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and there was a time that we were actually supposed to have a national dress, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, even in that one, Honorable Speaker, I think it is very important for us to be able to be patriotic. So this bill do address those issues, and I really do support that particular bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have analyzed this bill. I have read from page 1 to the last page, Honorable Speaker. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, I have not seen anywhere that will require a referendum, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so I urge the members of this House that let us pass this bill, and I will urge the President to assent to it, it will become law. Instead of us going to a referendum, Honorable Speaker, we can do with it, and we can just start implementing it straight away, so that we can benefit from the 70 extra constituency, Honorable Speaker, so that person with disability may get the position of the Prime Minister and the youth, the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker, so that we move forward as a country and cure our post-election violence and any violence that normally rob us as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, I do support this bill. Thank you.
Rangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Kindly allow me to indulge in this matter without my mask shortly. And I want to thank God for allowing me to participate in this August House, in this constitutional moment. And it's a privilege, really, for Rangwe people to participate in the amendment bill that amends the Constitution of Kenya. I want to appreciate the process that this particular bill has gone through for it to come to this end. And one of the eminent persons who participated in the process of bringing this bill to the House before it came to the House is one of my constituents, Dr. Collins Odote, who is a real scholar. And by virtue of that alone, I really appreciate what is the content of this particular document. That is a member of Rangwe constituency where I represent, and I really have faith in this. From where I stand, Honorable Speaker, my party position is that I support this particular bill in its entirety. And I'm not going to do it just because I've been advised by my party. Before my party has given that advice, we have been educated on the matter of this bill. And when I'm coming here to speak, Honorable Speaker, I am speaking from a point of authority on information that I have regarding this bill. Honorable Speaker, allow me to look at certain questions that are pertinent to what has come before this bill. Sometimes in 2007, Honorable Speaker, we had a situation in this country where this country was on fire. We had a situation where people were being cut when they were moving down to Western in Naivasha. We had people who were dislodged from what they had known to be their homes for very many years, from Rift Valley, and they found themselves homes otherwise. And we had even people who were burnt in our local churches, Honorable Speaker. This is what is informing this particular debate that we have right now. So we really need to interrogate this matter with a lot of humility. We don't need populistic ideas in looking at what is in this bill, Honorable Speaker. And the persons who have talked ahead have elucidated the constitutionality of this bill. So it is in no question that there is nothing that is not constitutional in this bill. It is anchored in our current constitution, and we are making amendments to this bill, Honorable Speaker, with a clear mind that we are coming from a point as a country, and we need to move to a better point. If we do not embrace change, it is said, change is going to change us. And we are speaking on this matter as members of the August House to embrace change for posterity. A change that is going to make Kenya a better place to live in. A change that is going to amend certain articles in our Constitution for the betterment of our country. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, and I know I'm on record in this country, that even before our two principals, the leaders whom we respect very much, Honorable Muigai Kenyatta, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya, and my party leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, before they shook hands, I was on Nation TV pleading with these two generals that they should listen to each other, they should speak to each other, and meet at some point and put together Kenya in peace. And this is what happened later on. I didn't know it was actually going to happen, but it is an appeal that I made to our two very eminent Kenyans, and they listened to themselves, and they talked to themselves, and they put their partisan interests aside and put the interests of this nation ahead of everything. So I want to thank the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and I also want to thank Raila Amolo Odinga, who has fought for this country, who has been in the forefront of bringing change in this country, for putting their issues aside and their interests aside to come and listen to Kenyans. Suppose, just suppose, Honorable Speaker, that when Raila Amolo Odinga was being sworn in as the people's president of this country, Suppose Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta decided to go and clear everybody, Honorable Speaker. In the interest of the law, what could have happened? What could have happened to this country? But he took a back stand, and I want to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and his people who advised him at that particular critical moment to take a back stand and just let things go and put this country in order. So we are not talking about anything populistic in this particular critical moment of our nation, but we are interrogating matters that are going to bring peace to Kenya. We are interrogating matters. It is a give and take. There are positions where we may not get everything in this particular discussion. There are people who may have lost. There are people who may have gained. But what benefits Kenya most is what is of interest to us, Honorable Speaker. I want to look at the various places that I think I've been educated on, and on behalf of the great people of Rangwe constituency, if I talk about these matters, I think it's going to benefit the progression of this particular bill, so that we take it to the people through the referendum, because this is a people's bill, and the people are going to vote yes or no for it. And the role that we have as Parliament is to do our role of letting it pass through Parliament, and then we give our ideas on it, not necessarily to change it, because this particular bill has been looked at. But Parliament would vote the bill that it should pass or it should be rejected. There are gains that have been made in this country, especially on matters governance. And this particular bill has really worked very well on, especially when we come to issues, matters gender. The bill is good on matters gender, and recently when the country has been looking for the Chief Justice, there is a proposition by the Judicial Service Commission that the Chief Justice be a woman. It is not in the woman that we are looking at the Chief Justice, but we are looking at the qualifications of a person, a Kenyan. And Kenyans went ahead to give a list of senior persons who are in the judiciary. And women, very many women, appeared in that list. I am also envisaging a situation where a time may come when, through an electoral process, we are going to have more women in Parliament than men. So when it comes to two-thirds gender rule, it is not a matter of favoring women to come to Parliament, Honorable Speaker. It is a matter of having a system in place that would guard against domination of a particular gender in a particular arm of government, be it the executive, be it the judiciary, or the legislature. So this has been covered very well in this particular proposal, in the amendment of the Constitution. When also it comes to the issue of national ethos, this is where I really want to dwell, Honorable Speaker. The problem that we have as a nation, among others, and the biggest of it all, is that as Kenyans, we do not look at what we are able to do to our country. We only want to look at what can Serikali do for us, Serikali's idea. But when it comes to matters that are public utilities, as Kenyans, do we take care of these public utilities? When it comes to matters of ethos, the morality of Kenyans, to take care of Kenya, to put the interests of Kenya at heart, Honorable Speaker, you find that today somebody is elected to be a member of Parliament, and generally probably from a very poor background. Everybody knows what a member of Parliament earns. And it is just common practice and regular thinking that for the amount of money one earns, one has a possibility of committing it to a loan for their own development. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say this. You find still politicians having a lot of money to flash around. Where does this money come from if it is not from public coffers? I appreciate people who are having side hustles to get extra money. But for the ones, Honorable Speaker, who do not have side hustles to get their own money, aren't they stealing from Kenyans? This is the dialogue that we should have at this particular point. Do we have moral principles as elected leaders in this country to help in mitigating corruption among ourselves as elected leaders? You find that today somebody is elected from a very poor background. And in about 2 or 3 years, they are having several story buildings at the expense of the people whom they represent, Honorable Speaker. So as much as we are talking about some very amorphous things, I want us to reduce it to simplicity, Honorable Speaker. That do we have a system where Kenyans are responsible for the poor in their backgrounds? When it comes to economic equality, does the leadership of this country, Honorable Speaker, consider that particular person who is very poor in their neighborhood? And this is the dialogue that we are having right now. Honorable Speaker, from the proposition of the amendment of Article 11A on economy and shared prosperity that is being amended, this is being anchored with the aspiration of a new economic model that would provide equitable opportunities for all people. We want equitable opportunity for all people. We want equitable opportunity for our young people. We have a big percentage of Kenyans. Over 65% of Kenyan population is made of young people. And when it comes to economic growth, the BBI, and specifically the amendments to the Constitution that are proposed right now, are going to address this particular issue. And in so doing, Honorable Speaker, I should believe we are going to move forward as a country. When also it comes to economic model that provides equitable opportunities, when we give equitable opportunities, Honorable Speaker, then the current particular pandemic that we are going through that has created joblessness, in the long run, this is going to address issues that are going to create jobs in this country. I also want to look at the issue of application of science and technology in production systems. Honorable Speaker, science has been relegated to some kind of corner. And as much as we have innovations in science, how much do we add in our national budget to do scientific investigations? So there are many items that are in this particular bill that are good for this country. And even as I finish up, one of my colleagues ahead had spoken of removing power of a commission to an individual. The office is as good as the individual who serves in that office. And we are not removing powers from a commission to an individual. We are moving powers from a commission to an office. And for the work of that office to function, it requires the integrity of an individual. And it is matters of integrity that we are addressing as an issue in this country at this moment. So I'm supporting this particular bill, and I know it is for this country, and it is in my party.
Member for Bomachoge Borabu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's been a long day waiting to be given this opportunity to speak. But I want to say that it has also been a good opportunity for me to listen to many members contribute to the amendment bill with diverse viewpoints. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by saying that I'm so happy for this particular occasion, that as a nation we have come together through the initiative of the leadership of this country to begin engaging in a process where we can look back and say, here we have gone wrong, here we have done well, we can proceed. So, Speaker, I want to say that the bill before us has been constituted through a process that has engaged more or less the whole Kenyan community. I know that there has been a good purpose for this bill. The Speaker, many of us have already alluded to the situation we find ourselves as a country every after election. But I want to say that the bill that is to be amended goes beyond the point of election. It talks about what else happens between elections that has drawn this country to a state of hopelessness. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it has been a good opportunity for the leadership of this country to provide this particular narrative for Kenyans to begin engaging, for Kenyans to begin propping themselves with the kind of differences that I'm seeing in the House. Which opportunity, Mr. Speaker, can then help to reshape this country? The change Kenya is looking for cannot come from one thinking. It can come from the diverse viewpoints that we are witnessing in this August House. I want to say that as much as others may look like they are opposing the bill, I think all that they need to understand is that there are various pathways to bring about the change Kenya is looking for. This is one of the pathways, and there is no single pathway, Mr. Speaker, that can be a smooth flow. There will always be bumps, there will always be hurdles. But I want to say that to this particular point, that as a nation, the fact that we have begun to engage on our differences, to me, is a good opportunity. We may not repackage all the challenges that we have, but I think it's a good opportunity, and as we move forward, we expect that as we unfold one opportunity, there are challenges which can be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the bill before us for amendment addresses a number of critical issues that many of us have gone through in our lives. When you look at the distribution of resources in this country, my big question has been, why do we tend to ignore the numbers that need to be supported by the resources? This particular bill has addressed that through the creation of constituencies, and many people are wondering whether this is going to create a huge wage bill. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the amendment comes with a package of other measures that will enable this country to grow its wealth. We have a number of proposals under the economic models that, if really implemented, will see this country prosper. We also have a number of opportunities that have been opened up for the youth, for instance. These opportunities are also supposed to contribute to the wealth of this country. So as much as we may be looking at the wage bill that comes from this new amendment, let us also look at the service that the amendment is going to create in this nation. The clause on public corruption in itself, if well implemented and works out well, I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, that this country will recover a lot of resources that have been lost before, between the election periods. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the damages and the costs and the inconveniences and the economic delays that come after post-election, if this bill, as it has been already presented, opens a space for leadership, I think the number of recoveries will be enormous. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill also brings to this country a window of opportunity at the grassroots level. not only in engagement, but also in bringing in more resources at the county, at the ward level. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this indeed is an opportunity of distributing the Kenya nation resources. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and also encourage my colleagues to look forward and see this as one window that can enable this country to move a step forward. For change cannot be expected to come once. Change is a process. We are in a process of bringing about change in this Kenya, and we must move even when there are hurdles. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support this bill. Thank you.
Member for Tongaren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had thought I was way behind, so I had kind of lost track. But thank you for this chance to contribute to this very, very important bill. Mr. Speaker, as one other speaker said, I was privileged to be in this House during the making of the 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, a constitutional moment is very important, and people need to be very collected and think seriously about everything that they would say. Mr. Speaker, maybe a little bit into history. Mr. Speaker, Africa is a very interesting place in the sense that Africa left on our own, we had little nations. Each of our tribes was a nation with its ideals, traditions, and things. Then in came the colonialists, who put us all together, stirred up the waters, exterminated certain tribes, and messed up others, then lumped us all together and called us countries. And that's where our trouble started. Because these multi-ethnic tribes put together into a country had to find a way of surviving together. Mr. Speaker, it's a miracle that we have survived as countries up to this moment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think the colonialists, when he exited, did not imagine that we'll survive up to now. So we are faced with a problem that we need to sort out. That we are together, and we have to live together. We have to continue to live together and to thrive together and make our future together. As a country, with those several other nations, like you can talk of the Luya nation, you can talk of the Kikuyu nation, you can talk of the Kalenjin nation, all those nationalities are lumped together into one country. Some of those nationalities have their own traditions, they have their own ways of doing their things, but somehow we have to live together and survive together. And at independence, three terrible things were fertilized and they have germinated into maturity as I speak. That's tribalism, corruption, and impunity. The three feed on each other. These three have grown and now they have matured and they're eating us up. Such that we have to find a way of surviving together. All these communities I've spoken about, Mr. Speaker, did not run necessarily democratic processes. That was left to us by the colonialists. Somehow, it might not be the best method of governance, but it's the best that we have. We have to tailor it to be fit for purpose for ourselves. So this foreign ideology called democracy comes with a constitution. The first constitution we got at independence, we mutilated it effectively. By the time we came to the second constitutional moment, the other one was in tatters. So now we have to make another constitution. But I dare tell my colleagues, do not tire. Do not tire, because we are dealing with a foreign ideology that we are trying to craft together to put our diverse nationalities together as a country. Yes, we are amending the Constitution now. We amended it in 2010. Perhaps we'll have to amend it again to make it fit for purpose. So people should not be so resistant to the idea of changing the Constitution. so long as we are sure that we are changing the constitution for the good of the people, not for individual gain of certain people. And in this situation, I would say that this particular bill was long overdue. I listened to the honorable member nominated when she said that she was part of the 2010 constitution making, and she did not want the changes, some of the changes were coming up. I would have liked to ask her, when we went around the country creating the Bomas draft, and majority of Kenyans had voted for a parliamentary system, where did they get that presidential system that came out as the 2010 constitution? That was the biggest crime they committed against this country. With our multi-ethnic society, a presidential system, a pure presidential system is totally unsuitable. Totally unsuitable. And I remember when they came with that, it was a shock to Parliament. We had not expected that. We had expected a parliamentary system or a hybrid system. So, since she was part of that team, she has answers. She has questions to answer to Kenyans. Where did they get the presidential system? Because we did not recommend it. They came with it, we passed it. We've tried it now for 2 terms, and definitely it has given us a bad feeling. Because in the pure presidential system, where we thought the separation of powers, legislature, executive, and judiciary will be helpful, it has not been as helpful as we expected. With our multi-ethnic society, a parliamentary system or a quasi-parliamentary system like what's proposed by this bill would be more suitable. It will be more suitable for us because then you can now start talking about inclusivity, such that whichever political party wins an election might be compelled or at least convinced to include more people in their governance. They might be compelled to include more communities in their system. That way, you'll have more inclusivity than we've had before. And it's very important, especially in this bill, when I look at the devolved functions, like devolving 35%, I find that most encouraging. I find that most encouraging because the constituency I come from, Tongaren, had no single kilometer of tarmac. The only tarmac in Tongaren constituency is by the county government, the devolved system. If they had 35%, they probably would have done a better job. But that is what I have. So I do understand when we say 35% to the counties, I do understand those who want to hold the money at the center, what they feel. But for me, it's a very welcome improvement in the sense that the county government will be empowered enough to create tarmac where the national government has failed to. On the part of constituencies, for the last 5 years, Bungoma County has lost over 2 billion shillings that would have come as CDF. Because the boundaries review after the 2010 constitution definitely gave Bungoma a raw deal. Because while the populations were only differing by about 50,000 between Bungoma, Kakamega, and Kiambu, Kiambu and Kakamega got 12 constituencies, while Bungoma got 9. So we lost 4 constituencies. Since we amended the CDF Act in this House to make CDF be shared equally, that means if we had those 4 constituencies, we would have had 2.6 billion shillings. That unfair distribution of constituencies has led to Bungoma losing 2.6 billion shillings. And yet, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the records at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, you'll find that Bungoma is one of the counties with the highest poverty index in this country. Yet, we were losing money every year. Up to now, we've lost 2.6 billion. So to me, the creation of constituencies is actually righting a wrong that happened to my county. In fact, giving Bungoma 3 counties is inadequate. 3 constituencies is inadequate. We should have been given 4. so that we recover fully what we've lost. Mr. Speaker, I heard the reasons why, how the formula used based on the populations in the counties, but I think they forgot something. They should also have looked on the fact that there are some counties that are benefiting from protected constituencies. They should have been made to pay for holding those protected constituencies, so that some of those constituencies would have gone elsewhere. Like for me in Bungoma, I'm still demanding one more to make 4 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the issue of the hybrid system, yes, it has some dangers, in the sense that you find some people now positioning themselves as tribal kings to come and occupy those positions. I want to warn them, those positions are not being created for tribal kings. Those positions are being created for men and women who can serve this country with dedication. So anybody positioning themselves as tribal kings to come and take those positions should forget about it. We are not creating those positions for tribal kings. We are creating those positions for men and women of goodwill who will come and serve this country with dedication. For those who want tribal kingdoms, what they should do is come up with a popular initiative amendment bill so we can convert the Senate into the House of Elders, and they can go and sit there, but not here. They need to know that, because as we continue with this constitution making, because, Mr. Speaker, I must dare say that this is not the last time. We might have to amend this again, because as I said from the beginning, we are a country of many nations, and these nationalities, these nations, these tribes, we call them tribes, but they are actually nations. They have to live together. We have to craft a system for them to live together, because a human being is basically a selfish person. They'll do things for themselves, then they'll do things for their nation. You keep on hearing people talking about patriotism. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, all of us here are very patriotic to our nations. Our nations are our tribes. We are very patriotic to them. But then sometimes we need laws that will make us also look at the nation as a whole. And this kind of tinkering with the Constitution will have to go on. The only thing we need to be awake to is that we should not tinker with the Constitution to benefit certain individuals. We should only tinker with it to benefit the country and to make our lives better. And I think this, to me, is a good beginning. It's a good beginning, and people should not tire, so that by the time we come in on the next parliament, those who will come in the next parliament can also look at what might not be right and try and correct it. Because, Mr. Speaker, as I said, democracy is a foreign concept to us. It's the white people who came here, disrupted our lives, lumped us together in one country, and called us Kenya. We have to find a way to live together. For us to live together. Because honestly, if I wanted to marry a wife, I must have some cows. My father probably will be called upon to pay that dowry for me. I know some other communities where for a young man to get a wife, he has to go and steal cattle to go and pay for the wife. And that's very normal to them, for them. While for me, it will be abnormal. For me, it will be abnormal. So we are different nationalities, and we need to accept ourselves as that way. And we need to put in laws, constitutions, that help us live together, help us work together, help us develop the country together, and have at least a common destiny for our country. That is possible, that in future, all this will wear off. Culture changes. Culture is dynamic. In future, I'm sure as we continue interacting with each other, our progeny, very many future generations, eventually our culture will materialize. Our culture will become one, and will be one community. But as of now, we need those laws. In fact, where it says shared prosperity, in the next parliament, I hope those who will come here will look at the laws of Singapore and the laws of Mauritius and see how those countries have managed to handle their tribalism, so that they have got job quotas for each community in those countries, We need to do that here, so that in the public service, every community therefore gets a chance to be represented there. Mr. Speaker, I support and I pray that all Kenyans support this so that we continue with the journey of building Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, I have to readjust the order slightly, tinker with it so as to allow that we go back to order number 5. But even as we go to order number 5, for the convenience of the House and the country, I think I should issue this warning to the National Treasury. The Constitution is very clear in Article 221 that at least 2 months to the end of each financial year. Now, when people wait until 29th of April, and I think, no, the estimates must be, it's at least 220, in Article 221. The Dora and Kara is 218. But it is very wrong for people to wait until the last day, because for all we care, we could have adjourned this sitting at 3 p.m. If this is the time that the National Treasury is bringing the estimates, it really speaks very, very volumes about their level of competence. Yes, I mean, it's not, this is very wrong. But nevertheless, for the benefit of the country, we'll rearrange the order paper so as to go to order number 5 and allow the Leader of Majority to make his pronouncement.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, April 29th, 2021, afternoon sitting. The financial year 2021 to 2022 and the medium-term budget estimates for the national government, which include A, financial year 2021-22 program-based budget, B, financial year 2021-2022 estimates of recurrent expenditure, financial year 2021-2022 estimates of development expenditure, and financial year 2021-2022 list of projects, and lastly, the budget summary for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Honourable Speaker, allow me to just explain that the delay in submission, while these estimates were ready, was based on the court ruling, which had said estimates cannot be introduced before the DORA has been passed. And hence, Treasury was waiting for the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill in this House to submit so that it's not seen as contravening that court ruling. I think that was the whole essence. And we are still within the 2 months, because we have the whole of May and June. So it's because Senate made amendments which were never communicated to this House, and hence it would have been actually been done earlier if it was not for that hitch. Hopefully, luckily we are still within time, and perhaps when we process DORA faster next year, then we'll see who will actually be the delaying factor between the 2 houses of Parliament and Treasury. But I think that was the confusion or the rationale for the delayed submission, not because they were not ready, but because they could not bring it until this House has approved the Division of Revenue Bill. Yeah.
What's your point of order, Honourable Ishungwa?
Honourable Speaker, without doubting the Leader of Majority, he says that the delay by the National Treasury in tabling the estimates is a result of the court ruling. And Honourable Speaker, if I remember well, I think what the courts advised is on the passage of the appropriations bill, not necessarily the tabling of the estimates. And I do not find anything that stops the National Treasury from tabling the estimates. And I think your reprimand, Honourable Speaker, to the National Treasury was very well placed. It is holding this House with a lot of contempt. Maybe just advise the Leader of Majority. I know he's worked in the Treasury as a Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury, but he must now realize his new role as Leader of Majority in the National Assembly and leave behind his hangovers of the past in the National Treasury and cease being an apologist for the National Treasury on this floor. When the National Treasury hears, we must be bold enough to tell them they are hearing. I'm certain, Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Parliamentary Budget Office will take their work seriously and be able to go through these estimates. I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, the glimpse I have seen of those estimates, just like last year, we are not cognizant of the current circumstances that Kenyans are living under. And therefore, probably part of the reason why these estimates are coming late is because the National Treasury wants to take this House with contempt and also by surprise, so that we do not have adequate time to critically scrutinize those estimates to ensure that they address the current needs of the people of Kenya, which to a large extent, Honorable Speaker, and we will get to that when they are analyzed in our committees, you will come to see. And therefore, I just want to advise the Leader of Majority to cease being an apologist for this National Treasury. They are taking us with a lot of contempt, not from CDF, not the county governments that are crying that they have not been given over 80 billion shillings, not to late stabling of documents, Honorable Speaker. Let us be able to stand our position, and I want to associate myself with your sentiments to reprimand the National Treasury, and we should do that as a House, Honorable Speaker. You spoke for us, and I want to completely disassociate myself, Honorable Speaker, with the apologist remarks of the Leader of Majority.
Well, I think we go back to the motion. The member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to put my mask down. I've been sitting in this House since morning up to now. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me also to join my colleagues in the medical profession. Today we've lost one of the obstetricians, gynecologists, Dr. Stephen Karanja, due to COVID. Honorable Speaker, this pandemic is really serious, and we've seen what has happened in other countries, in India, in Brazil. Things are not good. And I would urge the public that let's not relax the regulations, the guidelines from the Ministry of Health. Let's keep on observing them, ensure that we remain safe and healthy as a country. Honorable Speaker, looking through the BPI report, the report on this committee, both the Committee on the Senate and the Committee of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I went through some observations of the Committee on the implications of the various court cases. Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that Nandi County, Kericho County, and the Governor of Makueni, with this National Assembly and the Senate and the Office of the Attorney General being interested parties, sought advisory opinion from the Supreme Court. And that advisory opinion was declined because there were 8 petitions which were pending in the High Court of Kenya. And they've advised that until the High Court determines, so that there can be no confusion. Honorable Speaker, I'm also aware that the High Court has given conservatory orders in the consolidated petitions before the High Court, petition E282 of 2020 being the lead file, restraining the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission from facilitating and subjecting the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 to a referendum, or taking any further action to advance the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, pending the hearing and determination of the consolidated petitions. This order remains in force until the judgment is delivered. Therefore, should the House even pass this Constitution, it would not be unable to subject the bill to a referendum. There is also in place an order consolidated in the petitions barring His Excellency the President from assenting to the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 should it be approved by the two houses of Parliament. The order further provides that should the President assent to the bill, the amendment shall not come into force until the determination of the petitions challenging the process. So, Honorable Speaker, going through this amendment bill, the 2020 Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, as we are aware, it went through several processes. After these processes were initiated by the President and the Prime Minister, and they took it through the Building Bridges Initiative, through the public. Honorable Speaker, several presentations were made. We had presentations, Honorable Speaker, from the support community, which unfortunately, they have no county of their own. They are divided into Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, where they are in the two counties, they've been marginalized. The suburbs seeked that they be consolidated into one county. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga, on several occasions, mentioned about the need for the suburbs, the TESOs, the couriers, where they have raised these objectives. When you look at this document, Honorable Speaker, it does not address those issues. This bill totally ignored those sentiments that were raised, because you cannot marginalize a community and put them in two different counties where they become minorities in both sides. It's unfair, it's a historical injustice to the suburbs, to the TESOs, and the courier. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, to me, those conservatory orders by the High Court, I think we hope that this bill, after it has been, whatever the outcome of this House comes, it will wait for the determination by the High Court. Because those sections, there are sections, Honorable Speaker, that we feel, as much as my county of Trans Nzoia is gaining maybe 2 constituencies, which is okay, I have no objection to that. But marginalizing a community into 2 counties, that they cannot be able to have a governor of their own and benefit from the devolution, where we are talking of devolving 35% of the money to the counties, where these people still remain marginalized. To me, that is not acceptable. And for me, that is the main basis for which I oppose this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, looking at other areas in terms of this bill, I know there were 9 points which were raised by Honorable Raila Odinga together with the President on their handshake. But I have not seen in this bill where it is addressing, because you see, when we talk of fighting corruption, we already have institutions. We have EACC, we have DCI. You have orders which are given by the President that within 21 days, the KEMSA scandal we should have people being prosecuted in court. Several months down the line, we have to wait for the US government, for the Secretary of State, Blinken, to talk about visiting Kenya and raise the issue about the theft in KEMSA, that the President now rushes to make changes in the KEMSA board. Making those changes is cosmetic to me, because it does not address the real issues. What happened with the issue of those who looted KEMSA, those who inflated the prices? What happened with the 21 days, which was given by the President, that he needs to have a report in his office to see people being prosecuted by EACC and DCI? What is it that has happened? Do we have to wait for the United States of America to be able to start sanctioning us, to be able to now tell us that the ARVs, which are at the board, cannot be distributed through KEMSA because they no longer trust KEMSA. To me, those are the issue about changing the KEMSA board. The KEMSA board does not run KEMSA. It's a board of directors, which maybe sits once in quarterly. But they rewrote in KEMSA. Do we have people who have been prosecuted? What happened with the ultimatum that the president gave of 21 days? Has it been addressed? When we even talk of that, the main issue that was even raised by the people from the Mount Kenya region and the central Kenya was 1 man, 1 shilling. Is that reflected in this bill? Are the people of Mount, you find that in this, even when you look at the constituencies, Mount Kenya is only getting 8 constituencies. When they get 8 constituencies out of the 70, is it beneficial to them? Is it addressing the 1 man, 1 shilling? Honorable Speaker, going again to even the issue about amending Article 89. When you amend Article 89, which is the functions, the delimitation functions of the IBC, and you give it in the schedule, the IBC on which constituencies are to be created. I think that, to me, is unconstitutional. It's interfering with the commission's work. You can only create, you can only amend to say there shall be 200, let's say from 270 constituencies, 290 constituencies to 360. But you cannot, now the IBC has to use the guidelines for which they are given by the Constitution. But this matter being before court, I don't think I can make more comments about it. We leave it to the court to determine. But I'm happy that once this process is over from this House, it cannot proceed beyond just us passing or rejecting it. But on my position, I reject. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I oppose it.
The Honorable Gladys Shole.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Upon reading this particular constitutional amendment bill, also known as the BBI bill, I have become extremely disturbed. It is very clear and apparent that a vast majority of the proposals do not need a constitutional amendment to be effected. Bottom line, it's mostly about creating political positions. This bill will go down in history as one of the biggest frauds in Kenya's legislative making process. And as I oppose this bill, I would like to point out a few clauses, just a few examples of the reasons why it is in fact a fraud and is not necessary for us to have constitutional amendment. For example, clause 2, which proposes to make regional integration and cohesion as part of a way of Kenya achieving its economic goals. Actually, it is very absurd for Kenya to put that requirement in its own constitution, yet our neighbors have not done the same. Basically, it's akin to making a constitutional change in order to achieve regional integration. It is like requiring a law, passing a law that I must make a friend of my neighbor. That does not require constitutional change. Usually, that can be done through treaties and other bilateral agreements, but not through constitutional change. Another example is clause 3. Clause 3 says that we need to have a new economic model called shared prosperity. But when a deeper reading of this bill shows it's nothing but an empty buzzword. Shared prosperity is a good thing. Pay inequality, income inequality, wealth inequality cannot be cured by a constitutional statement. It can only be achieved through competent budget planning and execution. It has to be a deliberate effort through careful and prudent economic stewardship of a country, not a constitutional change statement. Clause 4, which deals with citizens' responsibilities. Again, this probably is one of the most absurd clauses that we have in this bill. It goes on to say, to require that we must deliberately promote, protect the well-being of family, including the respect for parents and elders. That is not something that is achieved by having it inside a constitution. That can only be achieved either through upbringing or encouragement through school curriculum and education. But it cannot be a declaration or achieved through a declaration in our constitution. In fact, this is a very good example of what is bad law. In fact, had it even been put in any other legislation, it would still be considered the most absurd law that cannot be implemented. If I put my attention to Clause 5, Clause 5 proposes to amend Article 31 of our Constitution to incorporate the right to protection of personal data. Again, this is another superfluous, unnecessary amendment to the Constitution. Already the current Constitution states that every person has a right to privacy, which includes the right for their property, information, and so on not to be infringed upon. So therefore, it was highly unnecessary to again create a new constitutional amendment that purportedly provides protection of personal data, which is something that already exists in our current constitution. Again, this tells you that the proponents of the BBI bill were simply throwing in amendments here and there so as to justify the creation of an expanded executive and also an expanded parliament. I now look at Clause 6, Honorable Speaker. Kenyans have been misled in that Clause 6 that corruption will be cured by this amendment. But I would like Kenyans to know very well, and I plead with this House to look at it. That Clause 6, which purportedly is supposed to fight corruption, does not actually fight corruption. All it says is that Parliament shall enact legislation for expeditious disposal of corruption cases. It does not give us any cure for corruption whatsoever. And in any case, corruption doesn't exist in Kenya because of lack of laws. In fact, we have no less than 11 pieces of legislation that deal with corruption. And therefore, putting another provision in the Constitution indicating that Parliament shall enact a law, that doesn't guarantee us any fight against corruption. In fact, we know that many times the Constitution has said that Parliament shall enact a law, and we know that this Parliament is guilty of declining to enact laws. Clause 7, which is legislation on elections. Again, this has been touted by proponents of BBI as being able to cure post-election violence or post-election disagreements. But it does not. A close reading of it simply says that Parliament shall enact legislation to impose sanctions on parties that do not implement the two-thirds gender rule. Again, this is another counterproductive and necessary amendment that can be done through amendments to the Political Parties Act. You do not need to have a constitutional change in order to achieve this. Again, proponents of BBI have gone on to say that Clause 8, which deals with the electoral disputes, is going to solve any disagreements after elections. And all it is doing, actually, the truth be told, it does not cure post-election violence. It simply broadens the mode of service when you want to file an election petition. Historically, this comes from the situation where in 1992 and 1997, when you required personal service, it was difficult to serve your opponent. So it has not cured any post-election violence whatsoever. In fact, it is introducing a very dangerous system of serving persons electronically. This can be infringed upon, the security of that method. It can also be abused and can even be used to perpetrate fraud. The current service that we have, which is through either direct or through newspapers, adverts, is sufficient enough. There is no mischief whatsoever that this constitutional superfluous constitutional amendment could possibly do to change some of the challenges that we have with the disagreements after the electoral process. And I think in the interest of time and to give other people an opportunity, I'll point out one more also. Clause number 10, which deals with delimitation of electoral units, where apparently there is a second schedule in the bill that creates extra constituencies. Again, this is the most unconstitutional part of this particular bill, and I am confident that the courts will throw it out. There is the BBI task force has no power whatsoever in any part of law to create constituencies. They can only propose that IEBC should speed up the review of boundaries and constituencies, or set a number, but not to allocate them to various counties and various electoral units. And in any case, the manner in which this has been done is extremely pedestrian. By the time, the reason why IEBC goes to the ground and talks to the locals before it undertakes delimitation of boundaries, it's because you start boundaries review at the polling station level and at the ward level before you get to the constituency level. The unconstitutionality of this particular clause goes on to purport to direct IEBC how to undertake the work that is constitutionally mandated to do under Article 89. And lastly, I'd like to point out, again, as part of the fraud that is being perpetrated by this BBI bill, is when they tell counties that you will get 35%, it will be increased to 35%. Remember, 35% of zero is zero. If you want to increase resources to counties, then you must increase the revenue base. If the revenue base increases, and you end up with a situation where you're even saying 10%, it will still be 10% of a substantial amount. You could get 50% of an insignificant or non-existent amount. Again, this is a very convoluted manner in which you can lie to people that you will increase the amounts that are going to the counties. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to strongly oppose this charade and this fraud that is being used to con and fool Kenyans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Isiolo North, Honourable Hulufo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this historic bill. Madam Speaker, this proposed amendment to our current constitution is going to be probably the first amendment that may go through. Madam Speaker, sovereignty belongs to the people of Kenya, and as per our constitution, it can be exercised either directly by the people or through elected representatives. We all know that this particular proposed amendment is a product of handshake by the two principals. That is His Excellency, our beloved President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. We all know what happened after the disputed presidential election of 2017. And following the repeat presidential election, where His Excellency was declared the winner, we found ourselves in a very difficult situation as a country. We, for the first time, encountered a situation where we had constitutionally elected president who was running the country, and we had a situation where a people's president was sworn in. And we found ourselves with two presidents. The president who was sworn in as per the Constitution, and we also had one who was sworn in using the same Constitution, but who carried the title of People's President. And we all know how much it costed us as a result of the prevailing conflict then, the clashes between police and demonstrators, and so on and so forth. And therefore, as we discuss, as we debate this proposed amendment, it is important for us as members of parliament to appreciate the realities which informed initiation of this amendment, as it is currently constituted, is actually, it can fit the bill of being an amendment through the popular initiative. We do appreciate that during the disputed presidential election, our president garnered 2.8 million votes, and his Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga also garnered 6.8. And therefore, these are two individuals, two principals in this country, who are supported by millions of voters, and therefore they use that as an opportunity to come together, do their handshake, and initiate a process which they thought is going to address the underlying causes of post-election violence. Madam Speaker, when the BBI Secretariat Task Force was formed, and they went around the country to collect views of Kenyans in terms of what they felt needed to be amended in the current constitution, different interest groups in different counties presented their memoranda verbally and also in written form. It is also true to state that not all the suggestions find themselves into the final product, which is the bill we are discussing today. I come from a pastoral county, and I can confirm that there are many issues we raised, the many issues that we presented, which unfortunately have not been captured. Others have also been captured. And we also appreciate that in constitutional making processes, nobody actually, no interested party will be able to have everything that he or she desires to be incorporated into a constitution or into a proposed constitutional amendment. There are a few areas which we are not comfortable with. When various experts appeared before the Joint Committee of National Assembly and the Senate to give them their view on whether, as National Assembly, the lawmaking body of this country, we are allowed to open up this bill and subject it to further amendments, after going through their report, I realized that majority of those who gave their views were of the opinion that the National Assembly cannot serve only as a conveyor belt, that we can use our powers of lawmaking, the powers donated to us by voters, Kenyans who voted for us, to open up this bill and try to see what we can amend and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, looking at the conclusion of the committee, that is not reflected. If you look at their report, actually, it is only the Kenya Law Reform Commission, which indicated that it cannot be opened up for further debates. Individuals who presented their views, experts like the President of Law Society of Kenya, the representative of International Commission of Jurists, and also lawyer Kibe Mungai, indicated that seeing ourselves merely as a conveyor belt was not in order. Having noted that, Madam Speaker, I would like now to look at some clauses of the proposed amendment bill. The first one is insertion of a new clause under Article 10, and we know that as per our current constitution, Article 10 relates to national values and principles of governance. Inclusion of regional integration and cohesion, I see that as something which is very important. We are part of the African continent, and we are also part of East African Federation. And having a clause that will enable us to integrate better with our African brothers and sisters is something which is quite in order. And we can actually bring this to effect through further legislation and so on and so forth. In terms of proposed insertion under Article 11, that is on economy and shared prosperity. As representative of a pastoralist community, pastoralist constituency, a constituency where pastoralists constitute the majority, this is of interest to us. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that it took almost 40 years of independence for Kenyan government to recognize pastoralism as a viable form of livelihood, and pastoralists as people who can contribute positively to our well-being as a nation. We do remember the sessional paper number 10 of 1965 on African socialism and its implication for development, which created lopsided development, which treated all the marginal areas areas unworthy of government investment, and which also assumed that investment in high potential areas will serve our interests as people in marginal areas through trickle-down effect. And actually, it didn't work, and therefore, we ended up lagging behind our brothers and sisters from high potential areas. It took the Grand Coalition government to make proper recognition and also to come up with policies that recognized pastoralism as a viable form of livelihood through a sessional paper which was formulated in 2012. And therefore, if we have this article in the Constitution, as pastoralists and also as people from ASAL areas, we feel that now we are part of this nation. And more so, if you look at sub-article 2, paragraph C, where sustainable livelihood sources were mentioned, pastoralism is one of the sources of livelihood which the state will undertake, is encouraged to promote if this proposed amendment goes through. Madam Speaker, then we come to responsibilities of citizens. We know that our current constitution is one of the most progressive in the continent. It gives us a range of rights, economic, political, social, and cultural rights. Although probably not proper facilitation has been done for all Kenyans, irrespective of their ethnic, religious, and the geographic areas they occupy to enjoy those rights, but having them in the Constitution is the first step to make sure that we have those rights. But Madam Speaker, in as much as citizens, we try to put pressure on the duty bearers to enable us, to help us to enjoy our rights, it is also necessary that as right holders, we also become responsible citizens. And therefore, personally, I find this to be very important, because if you look at, for example, the right of children, in as much as the government is supposed to ensure that children enjoy those rights, the parents have responsibilities, and therefore having this in Constitution is good. If you look at corruption, most of the times we condemn public officers who engage in corruption. But these officers can only engage in corruption if we have willing citizens to entice them with corruption. And therefore, if we have a clause in the Constitution which requires us to combat corruption, I think it is a good thing. And then, Madam Speaker, coming to right and fundamental freedoms, especially the article that relates to right to privacy. Currently, having your personal data, protected is very important. And therefore, I feel that that addition of paragraph E to make sure that your personal data is not infringed is very, very important. As things are, and using some lame excuses, security organs, or other government agencies sometimes can invade your privacy and infringe on your rights to personal data, and so on and so forth. As far as service of petition is concerned, we know how difficult it is, the difficulties lawyers face when they are trying to serve, especially people who occupy higher offices. Accessing them is not easy, and therefore, if we can come up with a legislation as proposed in this amendment, so that electronic form of serving, then that also is not a bad idea. Madam Speaker, the other clause which I found to be very interesting is the formula for sharing seats among the political parties, the nomination slots. As per our current constitution, the seats are shared proportionately on the basis of seats won. But sometimes you realize that there are political parties which garner substantial votes, but unfortunately those votes do not translate into seats. So this form of sharing will enable parties which are not able to garner seats but have actually acquired substantial vote to have a share in nomination to both county assembly and also the National Assembly. Now, there is one particular amendment which I am very comfortable with. Through a caucus, we were able to raise our concerns with the principals in Naivasha, but unfortunately, doing away with 47 women seats is a big mistake as far as I'm concerned. Those seats actually helps us, to realize gender parity. If we retain those 47 seats, and then the other top-up can be 10 seats, it will have been much easier. Personally, the formula or the new articles which are introduced, which are proposed to be introduced in the Constitution to ensure that no gender has more than 2/3 in Parliament, may actually cause us to have a very bloated National Assembly, because the Senate one is resolved because it's going to be 50-50. So, Madam Speaker, this is one of the articles which we said should not be touched when we made our presentation to BBI task force, and also when we had opportunity to meet with the principals. Unfortunately, it has been done away with, and therefore, for a county like mine, which has only 2 seats, and which was seeing the women seat as the 3rd seat, we are losing, and it's unfortunate, and I will leave it to people of Isiolo to decide whether to support this bill or not when it is subjected to referendum. As far as Senate is concerned, the 50-50 is quite okay. And finally, the Article 203 on sharing of revenue, or raising of revenue to 35% is a good thing. But for us, the new paragraph N introduced is something which we are not comfortable with as voters, as people from Asal.
The Honorable Murugara, Gitonga, and honorable members, kindly allow me to say something to allay your anxieties. We are running out of time shortly, but please note that the debate is not ending. From my list here, we have very many people, members who are interested in contributing, and there is no intention whatsoever of cutting out on members who want to speak to this matter of very, very huge national interest. So that is just to allay your anxieties that there'll be more time to debate on this. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you've observed, we've been here since 9:30 and been patiently sitting. I'm happy that eventually I have been reached and I have to weigh in into this debate, which debate is actually momentous on a historical occasion of constitution making. Allow me to speak as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, where we sat and came up with a report which is supposed to guide members in discussing this bill. I wish to set the record straight that as a member of that committee, I am conversant with that report to letter, and as an advocate and a lawyer, allow me, Madam Speaker, to point at a few salient issues that touch on the legality of the bill that has been brought to us so that it is processed for onward transmission to the public through a referendum. As Justice and Legal Affairs Committee that is sat jointly with the Senate Committee on Justice, we actually pondered over the nature of this bill, and especially when it came to who the promoters of the bill were. This bill is promoted by an entity known as BBI. We were not able to establish its legal status. We were not able to establish whether it is sui juris, whether it is a bill, it is an entity that can bring such a bill. Because eventually we established that the gazetted two entities were the task force and the implementation committee. In fact, the names, including that of Junet Mohammed, does not feature anywhere in as far as this bill is concerned. So he should not be telling us about 1 million signatures because he's not the one who collected that. We also pondered over the popular initiative with the question as to what the role of Parliament is. And in as much as we resolved that the role of Parliament is not ceremonial, unfortunately, and in my own individual view, the role of Parliament in this is just but ceremonial. There is very little that Parliament can do in view of the provisions of Article 257 of our Constitution. We then went on to say that this bill raises several issues that require consideration in law, including the errors that are apparent on the bill. We concluded that these were actually typographical errors, including the errors contained in the 34 bills that were sent to the county assemblies, and the county assemblies, as usual, were not able to detect those errors. We also dealt with the issue of the judiciary ombudsman, which raises several questions in the legal perspective, including whether it is interfering with the independence of the judiciary. And in my estimation, it is actually doing. We talked about the functions of the Judicial Service Commission, which are being extended. Again, in my own view, the extension of those functions is actually clawing and fettering into the independence of the judiciary, and these clauses may actually be undesirable. We actually went on to discuss the change of government, bringing the executive into Parliament and creating the office of the leader of opposition or official opposition leader into Parliament. What most Kenyans have failed to realize is that the position of official opposition leader is protected. The Prime Minister, a new creation of this constitutional amendment, is also protected. But nobody is asking what would happen if the largest party made a coalition with the next largest party. You actually would have a leader of opposition without a party, without any party to protect him here. These are the issues that this bill is raising, including the bloating of parliament, which Kenyans are not quite happy with. We are moving from 290 constituencies to 360 constitutionally, with the option of nominating, especially the other gender, so that we top up the 2/3 gender rule. The net effect is we are staring at this parliament bloating, the National Assembly alone, bloating to not less than 600 members of parliament. Is this desirable? Kenyans must ask themselves. As we used to say, upon the advent of multi-party in this country, led by one Kenneth Njido Matiba, let the people decide. And Kenyans will decide on this. Now, as a representative of the people of Tharaka, I must feverishly speak for them because they are not satisfied with the provisions of this constitutional amendment bill, especially when it comes to the creation of the 70 extra constituencies. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is clear. It is only this House that can alter Article 89(1) of the Constitution and create additional constituencies. Therefore, the BBI is correct, and we have noted that in our report, to propose that we create an additional 70 constituencies. What does not satisfy me and the people of Tharaka is the fact that the BBI has gone ahead to distribute, to populate the counties with the constituencies. This is actually not inconsistent with what the people of Tharaka advanced when they made their public participation representations. We actually said this, that based on expansiveness of the constituency, Tharaka is entitled to an extra constituency. Because under the Constitution, Article 89, especially sub-Article 5, there are other considerations away from population, which IEBC, which is the only mandated entity under the Constitution to delimit and adjust the boundaries of constituencies, has to work on. Had we gone to IEBC, I am 100% sure I would have made out a case out of the 70, one of the constituencies to go to Tharaka so that we are split. That has not happened, and therefore the people of Tharaka are not satisfied with the bill as it is. Another issue that I need to tackle, and finally, is on shared prosperity. This bill has a provision on shared prosperity, but it is actually not emphasizing equality and equity when it comes to this. While there would be little problem with 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, we must admit that in this country there are marginalized areas, areas that were left behind by the colonialists, areas that have remained behind since independence. Tharaka is one of them. I would have loved to see a lot more regarding this BBI bill dealing with marginalization, touching on electricity supply, roads, water, good schools, and every other aspect that improves the lives of marginalized people, including my people of Tharaka. That is not captured here, and that is why I say I will advise my people of Tharaka to decide as they wish when this bill is put to vote in the referendum. But today, I actually oppose this bill.
Member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Indeed, we have been here for quite many hours, And I thank you for giving us this
Honorable
opportunity.
Gikaria, what is out of order?
Actually, Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt my younger brother. It's just a request, Honorable Speaker, maybe an assurance from your office. In the morning session, the people who had queued were allowed to continue in the afternoon. I'm pleading with you, Madam Speaker, that if today we don't get the chance to speak, on Tuesday, the way we have been queued there, we'll be given the first opportunity for us to be able to contribute on Tuesday. We've been here since 10 in the morning. So I will just plead with you, Madam Speaker, that what happened in the morning, can that list be carried again on Tuesday, so that we can also have an opportunity? Because today I came, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Mawade pulled my card and I'd left the card here.
Honorable Gikaria.
Yeah, you think?
Just again to reiterate what I said, we will have more time. You know, I don't know what you're talking about, what happened in the morning, but we will go back to the record, and by the time we come back on this matter in the order paper, we will address it. But just to tell members that we will have a lot of time for this.
Thank you.
Yes, and I hear other members saying we should have a night shift. How do you want to sneak a night shift into the order paper right now? But I think the leader of majority is here. Yeah. House Business Committee, I'm sure you can see how much interest members have in this. So we must be able to accommodate all the views of members.
Thank you, Madam.
Going forward. Honorable Ndindi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope you take cognizance of the fact that some minutes have been taken away through those
Go on.
through those orders. Madam Speaker, I rise up first as a Kenyan, number 2 as a person from Mount Kenya region, and number 3 as a youth. And therefore, I wish to address my issues, and especially departing from this parliament that is national, to also articulating some of the issues that are being peddled in our region insofar as this document is concerned. And for the avoidance of doubt, Madam Speaker, I have gone through the bill and I'm rising to oppose, but of course I'll be giving reasons. Number 1, Madam Speaker, the kind of debate we are having this evening, Madam Speaker, and we have been having, is of monumental proportions. And I hope through the same comparison, Madam Speaker, even the freedom of discussing this debate will be commensurate of the same size, Madam Speaker, so that we take as many divergent opinions, Madam Speaker, and at least with respect. Madam Speaker, I have a big problem, Madam Speaker, from the onset, that we were recalled from our recess to come to discuss this BBI bill, Madam Speaker, when our country is going through huge challenges, Madam Speaker, that some are of humanitarian nature. Madam Speaker, I would have wished, as a member of Parliament for Kiharu, to be recalled from recess to come and discuss how we are going to roll out vaccination programs, Madam Speaker, to all Kenyans across the country, because I think that is more important than this BBI bill before us today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we talk about the scourge of corona, Madam Speaker, it is important for all of us who are members of this parliament to know that most of the people that we present out there, and especially those in sectors that like retail, sectors to do with hospitality, that is hotels and restaurants. Madam Speaker, this is a segment of Kenyan who constitutes the majority of people in the informal sector, Madam Speaker, and especially those people who have got informal jobs in our economy. Madam Speaker, that category constitutes around 64% of all informal jobs in our economy. Madam Speaker, aggregate over 8.6 million Kenyans, Madam Speaker, are employed in those sectors that are hardly hit by the lockdown that was instituted and placed by our president. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I find it to be very insensitive that we are coming to discuss such a bill when Kenyans are going through untold challenges, Madam Speaker, at such a time. Madam Speaker, also, one of the major issues that I would have wished that we are recalled to discuss is the economy of our country. Madam Speaker, this regime, that is the Jubilee regime, we have actually even overborrowed beyond the limits that are capped by this parliament, Madam Speaker. And I say so because the CBK declared public debt is in excess of Kenya shillings 8 trillion. Madam Speaker, if you add the same to the debt that is guaranteed by GOK to counties and other SOEs, Madam Speaker, or state-owned enterprises, that of around 3.4 trillion, Madam Speaker, the entire debt crosses even beyond 11 trillion, which is over 110% of our GDP, which is estimated at around 10 trillion Kenya shillings. And therefore, Madam Speaker, there are more important issues, in my opinion, that would have been recalled to discuss other than the BBI, because to me, they are more priority, they are more pressing. And Madam Speaker, I also want to demystify, because I've gone through the document, and I'll make some other remarks as I finalize, to demystify some of the issues that are being used to sell this BBI to the Kenyan people. And especially, going back to my cocoon, that is Mount Kenya region. Madam Speaker, when the promoters and their surrogates come to our region, they are peddling a carrot of something they are calling additional constituencies. Madam Speaker, I want to be very forthright. After going through the bill, Madam Speaker, out of the 70 constituencies that are being promised by this bill, Madam Speaker, Mount Kenya region is only benefiting by getting only 17. Madam Speaker, even in proportion to our population, the number of constituencies that we are getting, Madam Speaker, are less than what we actually deserve. Madam Speaker, just to point a few, Nyeri County, with a population of close to 800,000 residents, Madam Speaker, is getting an additional 0 constituency. Madam Speaker, a county like Kajiado, with a much lower population of 687, based on the 2019 census, is getting an additional, Madam Speaker, 3 constituencies. The constituency I come, the county I come from, Muranga, Madam Speaker, with a population in excess of 1 million residents, is getting only 1 constituency, Madam Speaker, comparing the same to a county like Kwale that is getting 5 constituencies, Madam Speaker, additional, and has a population of just around 866 residents. Madam Speaker, a county like Nyandarua, with a population of over 650,000 residents, is getting 0, while another county, Madam Speaker, of much lower population, like even Narok, is getting 3 constituencies, Madam Speaker, that are additional. The famous Tharaka-Nithi, that always counts vote last, Madam Speaker, with a population of over 400,000 residents, is getting 0 constituency, Madam Speaker, while we see others of much lower population getting additional constituencies. Madam Speaker, therefore, this BBI bill is very skewed against the region I come from, Mount Kenya region, and that is the reason partly why, as a region, we are saying no. Madam Speaker, also, there is another carrot about devolution and the fact that some, sorry, Madam Speaker, and the fact that, Madam Speaker, they are beguiling our people that there is something in this bill insofar as 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling is concerned. Madam Speaker, the current formula that shares money between counties, Madam Speaker, is actually more favorable to the counties of Mount Kenya region than the bill presented before us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of World Development Fund, as we know, is something we can actually pass without using and spending taxpayers' money through a referendum. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about a few national issues. Number 1 is on the 35% that we purport will be taken to our counties, Madam Speaker, from 15%. I want to point to this administration and ask even our president and the entire government of Kenya, what is restricting you now from giving our counties not even the 15, not the 35, but even 50%, Madam Speaker? There is nothing restricting the current administration from giving our counties additional money. Madam Speaker, number 2, as we purport that we be adding more money to our counties. With the current threshold, our MCAs, our county staff have not been paid for the last 4 months, Madam Speaker. Which is this thing, or what is it within BBI that beyond the distribution is actually producing more funds to be channeled to our counties? Madam Speaker, the issue of inclusivity to me is far-fetched, because by adding 5 top positions, and of course giving to the elite, of course those who will be peddling and hawking their communities, Madam Speaker, I don't think that brings about inclusivity. And I say so because I know Kenya is an ethno-linguistically fragmented nation, Madam Speaker. We have many other nations that are like Kenya, including Switzerland, including Indonesia, which, instead of going through such a process, they bite the bullet, Madam Speaker, and did what is required to build a cohesive nation within a state. Madam Speaker, we always say as economists that history is our laboratory. The laboratory of an economist is history, Madam Speaker. And judging by history and studying other countries that are like Kenya, Madam Speaker, insofar as having many ethnicities is concerned, Madam Speaker, a country becomes cohesive when we start, Madam Speaker, focusing on other identities other than the rigid and toxic ones, like the negative ethnicity and religion, Madam Speaker. And we do that by industrialization. When you industrialize, people move from villages, from rural areas, and they come to towns. Madam Speaker, when they come to towns, they establish other identities based on their professions, based on their skills, based on their work, Madam Speaker, and those are a much better identities to deal with other than the toxic ones, like ethnicity and, of course, negative peddling of religion. Madam Speaker, therefore, we have to stop being lazy. The way to the reason why Kenyans fight, Madam Speaker, number one, and the most prime, they fight for resources, Madam Speaker. Number two, they fight for recognition. That is where identity comes in, Madam Speaker. And therefore, for us to build a cohesive Kenya, we have to focus on production that brings about industrialization, that brings people to urban areas, and therefore, the fault lines of negative ethnicity continues to diminish. Madam Speaker, I want to speak on an issue of corruption, because it is being purported that this BBI is coming with a cure of corruption. And my proposal, Madam Speaker, is that we go back to the country we call Kenya from 1963. Madam Speaker, I am a descendant of Mau. Madam Speaker, I am a descendant of a freedom fighter. Madam Speaker, we have to ask ourselves critical questions. Number one is how comes the collaborators, Madam Speaker, the people who actually were fighting us as freedom fighters, and especially our forefathers, Madam Speaker, came to own over half of our country, Madam Speaker, in terms of landmass. How comes a few families, Madam Speaker, own the traditional factors of production? Where did they buy all these factors of production from? And they keep telling us it is willing seller, willing buyer. Madam Speaker, I want to ask, can one day we be called to Uhuru Park, and these people come with receipts to show us where they bought all this land and factors of production from? Madam Speaker, I have a fear that even with the new knowledge and technology, the same people are owning the same factors of production. And I want Safaricom PLC to one day tell Kenyans, those agreements you have with people of this nation, Madam Speaker, insofar as Fuliza, insofar as other fintech borrowing is concerned, who are these people? Because if you continue doing the same, Madam Speaker, this issue of shared prosperity is just a sham. Madam Speaker, I say no to hypocrisy, I say no to lies, I say no to deception, I say no to conmanship, I say no to BBI. Mr. President, you promised our youth 1 million jobs, not BBI. You promised us 500,000 houses per year, not BBI. You promised us full 100% electrification by 2020. That has not been done. Please, Mr. President.
Member for Mukurweini. Honorable Kiai.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I want to say that I support the BBI bill before this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, this is a historical moment whereby we have the privilege in this House of standing up, of being present when we are amending this Constitution for the first time through popular initiative. And I want to say that I'm a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. I was involved in the deliberations that took place at Windsor for the entire week, and therefore I've been part and parcel of the constitution making if this bill was to pass through the referendum and crystallize into a constitution. Madam Speaker, I need to start by quoting Abraham Lincoln, who said, "This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it." And this is what we are doing. The people of this country are exercising their right to amend the Constitution. And the BBI was founded, it's grounded on the handshake between President Uhuru and the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga. And the purpose of this was to ensure that, just like those many other times when we have an election, national election, there is always that violence that ensues after the declaration of the presidential winner and, of course, the parliamentary winners. And the purpose of this was to ensure that we remove this cyclical violence that ensues immediately after every election. The handshake was a peacemaker. And I want to say that it has been said before by others that I come from Nyeri, that Nyeri never benefited from this BBI. Nothing could be further from the truth than that statement. Nyeri by itself has 3 protected constituencies. One of them is Mukurweini, the other one is Teto and Othaya. The fact that BBI confirms the continuation of those 3 constituencies is a confirmation that indeed Nyeri as a county immensely benefited from the BBI. And that is why I'll be mobilizing my people of Mukurweini to support the referendum and this bill. Madam Speaker, elections are supposed to bring unity in this country, supposed to bring the people of this country together. But what happens after every other election? We see after the exercise of the sovereign power through the ballot, what happens is violence that basically threatens to tear the fabric of this country down the middle. Every time we talk about politics, everywhere around the world, politics will always shape the economic policies, and any other factor of production will have to revolve around the politics of good country. As Mzee Moi said, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. And therefore, good politics will ensure that the country prospers economically, not only economically, but also in other aspects that make up the country as complete. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, what has happened is that for the longest of the time, we have been practicing bad politics. And this is where BBI comes in. It comes in to try and cure that. It tries to stabilize this country by ensuring that when there's good, calm political climate in the country, then it means all those other factors, including the economy, including the social fabric of this country, will be intact. And this is why I'm saying BBI is the best thing to have happened in this country since independence. After that was realized, what happened was that there ensued a task force was set up, a steering committee was set up. They went around through this country, all around the country, collecting the views of all the Kenyans who decided to go forth and give their views. It was there in Murang'a, it was there in Nyeri, it was there in every other county. And any other person who was interested in giving out their views, they had a chance to do so. So it would be hypocritical of anyone to say that this is not a popular initiative. And as set out in Article 1.1, all the sovereign power belongs to the people. And that sovereign power can be exercised either through duly elected representatives or by the people themselves. Madam Speaker, I'm not lost of the fact that Article 93 of the Constitution also sets up Parliament, and one of the functions of Parliament is to make laws. But remember, Article 1, it gives the constituent power to the people of this country. And this is where the popular initiative, which is christened BBI, comes in. Madam Speaker, when I look at the bill itself, I realize that, number one, besides saving a constituency like Mukurweini, then there are also other good things that come with this bill. One of them is setting the minimum shareable revenue between the two sets of government. And at 35%, it means the minimum the county governments can get is 35%. Of course, nothing prevents the government currently from giving out much more. But here we are talking about the minimum. Previously, it was 15. Under the current budget, I think it's going to go as high as 28. And therefore, it means at the minimum of 35, we are devolving more money to Mashinani to ensure that those projects that are stalled, those things that are happening down there, and they have been starved of funds by the national government. Now we have an opportunity to ensure that maendeleo mashinani imefika. Madam Speaker, also, there's also the issue of the warrant fund. The warrant fund, which will be given to the members of the county assembly, is an equivalent to CDF that is given to the MPs. That ensures that every ward in this country has some minimum amount of budget that will be used according to the whims and aspirations of the people. Madam Speaker, also, another good point of the BBI is the fact that CDF has been anchored in the Constitution. You realize if you go out throughout this country, most of the projects that have been a game changer in terms of development have been done by the CDF. Mr. Ishongo, I'll give you a chance. Have been done through the CDF. And therefore, when we have a country that has ward fund and CDF, then it means much more money being devolved to the counties, much more money being devolved to Mashinani, much more money reaching to Wajiko. Madam Speaker, CDF has been a subject of so many lawsuits. Time and again, it has been declared illegal. Time and again, it's been said to be duplicating the devolution as set out by the Constitution. And by anchoring this in the Constitution, then it means that all those cases that have been filed questioning the legality, veracity of CDF will be solved, and therefore, people of Kenya can continue enjoying the fruits of CDF. Madam Speaker, another issue that is of great importance is the ensuring that the ministers, who are known as the cabinet secretaries, will come from Parliament. Nothing is as hard as a member of Parliament sitting in a CS lobby, trying to lobby for a project, trying to lobby for some money, for some funds to, actualize some development in his constituency. And the fact that members of the cabinet will be gotten from this Parliament means that the process of answering questions that relate and touches on the members of Parliament will be faster. The process will also be much more transparent because it will be done on the floor of the House. And it also ensures that all the answers that are given are captured and the hazard, and therefore they are out there for the public to ensure that they can read their answers. Mr. Ishungwa is telling me that I'm running out of time.
Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Go ahead.
What's out of order? What is it? Give the honorable member the...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been here since morning, since 10 o'clock. And as a mathematician, I've tried to calculate. When you allow every member to contribute for 15 minutes, it means only 4 members can contribute within 1 hour. Madam Speaker, if we are to run from 10 to 1, 2:30 to 7, it means only 30 members can contribute. Madam Speaker, this one is a very critical bill. I'm proposing you as the House leadership, you find a way, maybe you allocate us time when we can come here. You know that you'll be here at 8:30 instead of coming here the whole day, and you are not able to contribute, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not opposing BBI. I'm a great supporter of BBI.
Okay, now you've delved into the debate, and you've eaten the 1 minute of Honorable Kiai, which Honorable Kiai now you cannot continue. We will have to transfer you to the next time when this comes back on the order paper. The Leader of Majority is here. He represents the House Business Committee. And like I said, this debate will continue. And honorable members, you realize even the 15 minutes, because of the public interest nature of the issue at hand, is not even enough for members. So I think it's been a good moment of debating. 15 minutes is really good for somebody to to really bring out all the issues at hand. And members, this is a momentous time, a constitutional moment, where we are participating in a matter that has not been prosecuted before. So I think we are doing well, and the Honorable Leader of Majority, I'm sure, will take this up. So, honorable members, I said the honorable member for Mukurweini, you have 3 minutes to continue when the matter comes back on the order paper. And with that, honorable members, the time now being 7:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 4th of May, 2021, at 2:30 p.m., when we shall resume from our recess.